apologize for that. At this time, I would like to call to order first let me read this. A notice of the Audiovisual Conference of Policy and Audit Committee meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Harlingen Consolidated Independent School District is going to be held June the 8th, 2021, beginning at 5:17, it looks like, p.m. in the Harlingen CISD building. At this time, I would like to call the meeting to order, and we will begin agenda item number 2, discussing the recommended revisions to policy DEAB local on first reading only, and that'll be presented by Mr. Julio Cavazos.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Ferre, Dr. Neal, committee members. So agenda item number 2 is a revision to policy DEAB local, and this is our compensation plan under wage and hour laws. Under work week defined, we are changing our work week. Our work week currently starts on a Friday, meaning the first day of the work week and ends on a Thursday. We're changing that for the work week to end on a Friday. So the work week will begin on the Saturday and then on the Friday. So it's more in line with the typical Monday to Friday, work week that everybody typically have. We felt that we could move in that direction. The reason that we had it end on a Thursday was to be able to process payroll. So we had an extra day to process payroll on a Friday, and the payroll so it could be ready for the following week. We're comfortable that we can do all the processing within 3 to 4 days before the payday on Friday. So this will align the work week to typically a Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, 40-hour work week, and it certainly will help us in keeping track of staff's time, consistently, especially in the summer where we have a short week. So we'll have, the 4-day, 10-hour days, Monday through Thursday, Friday it's off. So it's within that 40-hour work week. So we're proposing that change, and really it's just changing from that work week from a Friday to Thursday to a Saturday to Friday work week. I'd be glad to answer any questions that committee members might have.
Any questions, Dr. Mendes? Any comments, Dr. Neola?
No.
If not, please, I'm just going to remind us all that this is the first reading only for this item. Okay, thank you. And then we'll move to our next agenda item, waiting patiently. Internal Audit Quarterly Report, please, presented by Nellie Ledesma.
Thank you, Mrs. Fleury. Good afternoon, members of the board, Dr. Neola and senior team members. I apologize for my voice. I have really bad allergies. In your book, you will find an internal audit quarterly report consisting of the following 5 audit reports: an audit of the UIL Student Activities Department, athletic ticket sales and gate receipts, an audit of Chronos time adjustments, an audit of workers' compensation, an audit of bank reconciliations, and a special activity fund audit for Jefferson Elementary. Since you've had time to go over the reports, I'm only going to recap the audits by going over some of the key points from each report. Please feel free to ask questions at any time. The first report is the audit of UIL Student Activities Department, athletic ticket sales, and gate receipts. Athletic activities at Harlingen CISD involve thousands of students, many events, and over $3 million in expenses each year. The 2021 athletic budget is over $3,600,000, and estimated athletic revenues are over $373,000. The district has 191 coaches with approximately 360 coaching assignments. Some coaches have 2 or 3 coaching assignments to their name, and you can refer to a spreadsheet that is right behind the audit report, and it will show the number of coaches per campus and the number of assignments for per campus, and of course the stipends for each of the campuses. High school and South look like they're skewed. High school stipends, it includes the track coordinator, which is for the district, and that's $2,500 that is added on to that total stipend. And for South, it includes the trainer at Kano and also the coordinator of athletics at Kano. And so if you pull those out, it's even for the two campuses. At Coakley, we do have $3,000 more in their stipend total, and that's due to a coach that is on military leave, and so we had to hire a substitute coach who is also getting that $3,000 stipend. So going back to the audit, the objective of the audit was to determine that sufficient controls exist over athletic ticket sales and ensure that gate receipts are adequately reconciled and safeguarded. In addition, athletic budget data was reviewed to ensure the district athletic programs comply with the Title IX federal regulations. The audit period covered was the 2021 football season. The audit procedures reviewed are listed there, and some of the items were reviewing the applicable board policies and some of the procedures that pertain to athletics. This year, a big change was actually in the spring of 2020 was the athletic ticket office. They went into a new ticketing software called Hometown Ticketing, and that was used to generate reserved tickets. And the big thing about this software was that tickets would only be purchased online using credit cards. And so therefore, there was no need for petty cash this year, which was really good due to COVID. So that was one of the highlights, and they were very excited, that they didn't have to maintain all that cash. Some of the other procedures are listed there in the report. I did want to say that we reviewed the allocation of athletic budget to test for compliance with the Title IX federal regulations. Title IX is a federal regulation that states that there shall be equal opportunities for both boys and girls athletic programs and prohibits discrimination on the basis of sex in any federally funded education program or activity. An analysis was conducted on the athletic operating expenditures by campus and sport to ensure monies are adequately distributed between boys and girls. And there's a spreadsheet in your report that shows the breakdown by campus and sport, and you will see that they're all adequately even. I also met with the district's Title IX coordinator, Ms. Debbie Scoggin, to understand the compliance efforts the district has in place. I'm happy to report that there were no findings. And so my conclusion is that based on the audit procedures performed and our records reviewed, I commend the staff of the athletic department for the smooth transition to the online ticketing system, which only allows online and cashless transactions for ticket sales. Overall, the game reports are reasonably correct and ticket sales are sufficiently documented and reconciled. In addition, it appears we are in compliance with Title IX federal regulations based on the funding allocations, which are adequately distributed between girls and boys sports at the secondary campuses. Any questions on this audit? One other report I do want to go over is at the end of the report, the football ticket revenues. And so because of COVID, we only had a very small schedule. And so you will see that the Cardinals had 5 games and the Hawks had 6 games. Actually, it's only 5 games too. And so you will see that the District Executive Committee of the 32-6A, they meet every 2 years and they agree that each home team will keep 100% of the proceeds or the revenues generated at the game. So if this year Donna North plays here, then we will keep all the 100% of proceeds. And when we play over there next year, then they'll keep the proceeds. So you'll see that gross receipts this year was $57,704, and expenses was $6,225, and then of course we retained $52,579. Any questions on this audit?
Now, excuse me, Mr. Hi. Eladia or Bobby, do you have any questions? I have one quick question. I apologize for not catching it sooner. I was trying to read along. as I was listening to you, Nellie, and I'm sure there's a legitimate answer. I'm not worried about it. But I did want to ask back on the stipends. It struck me as a little odd that South was higher than HHS when HHS is such a significantly larger school. Is that just based on, I heard you say an extra game? Why would that be? And I noticed also the discrepancy just with Coakley, whereas all of the other middle schools are the same amount.
On the stipends?
Yes.
Okay, so South, and I guess they just needed to put some of these coordinators and trainers into one of the schools. So at South, it includes the trainer at Kano, who gets paid $16,000, and it also includes the coordinator of athletics at Kano. So they're not really football coaches or trainers and coordinators, but they're included in those.
But don't they both have access to, I mean, at Kano, it's both schools use those people, right?
They do, but we assign, They do, but we assign them a home campus in the computer system.
Oh, got it.
And so because of that, even though they service both, they've been assigned to Harlingen South, and thus you'll see the numbers being a little bit different.
That
but that's
explains the spirit. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you so much.
I was actually looking at the same, I was calculating here, so while you asked that question. But still, even whether that's true or not, that is true, it's still based on number of assignments. And so you're looking still at a variance between $4,847 per assignment for South and $4,688 per assignment for AHS. That still doesn't make sense.
I can talk to Coach Davies and get you
I'm
some of
just
this
curious,
answer. Yeah,
Yeah.
I can,
Because
analyze
85
that a little bit
assignments
more.
and 85 assignments is apples and apples, and
Yeah.
it's different.
Right.
Whether they're at Kano, it doesn't matter.
Right. So when we talk about 85 assignments, that's the number of in essence, 85 assignments is the number of sports that we have available. And so the variance may be the number of coaching assignments an individual coach may have. So you may have a coach at one campus that may only have one assignment, but one coach over here may have multiple. And so depending on how that breakdown happens, you may wind up with looking at something like that.
The difference in staffing.
Correct. Not the difference in staffing, but just the number of, the individual compared to the number of assignments that they may have. Because we do have some coaches that coach 3 sports, some that coach 1 sport. Even at the middle school, we have some elementary people that coach at the middle school level. So, but they're not necessarily teachers there. So there's a lot of nuances in that because of where we're able to find our coaching staff. So they can be throughout the district. We have coaching staff that aren't sitting on that campus specifically. They may be sitting at SAC. They could be sitting at Kano. They could be sitting in multiple locations. So you're going to find some fluctuations with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that we had the discussion because, as board members, we don't necessarily have that information.
Sure.
And so that's helpful. Thank you. Thanks, Bobby, for bringing that up. Hello, Dr. Reiniger. Okay, hi. All right, Ms. Nellie.
So the next audit is an audit of Kronos time adjustments. The Kronos electronic timekeeping system and associated work records are the official basis for recording hours worked for employees of the HCISD. All non-exempt employees of the district are required to use the Kronos electronic timekeeping system to capture and record employee time records. The payroll department is responsible for establishing Kronos electronic timekeeping procedures and ensure accurate record keeping and compliance with the district as mandated by the Department of Labor. A mandatory annual training for all time managers and principals and designees in the district is conducted at the beginning of the school year. And this year, due to COVID, this training was provided via Zoom. Each payroll staff member is also assigned several campuses and departments to review Kronos information and conduct desk audits of time adjustment forms and other anomalies detected. The objective of the audit was to ensure that the district is following established procedures and policies related to Kronos time adjustments, and supporting documentation is on file, complete, accurate, and adequately secured. The scope of the audit was all HCISD staff denoted on the coroner's time card audit trail report with adjustments indicated on their time card for the work week of November 13th through November 19th, 2020. An adjustment is a correction to an employee's time, for example, an add or an edit or delete time, that must be authorized and approved by the employee and supervisor and principal on a coroner's time adjustment form. Our selection was the following 7 campuses that were chosen as part of the sample for this audit. And there were 2 high schools, 3 middle schools, and 2 elementaries, with a combined total of 77 district employee time cards. And the campuses are listed there. The procedures that were followed are listed there. I'm reviewing some of the administrative procedures and also the guide to payroll matters, and also reviewing the board policies and federal guidelines that pertain to Kronos. Supporting documentation for Kronos adjustments was reviewed at 7 campuses for staff whose time cards showed adjustments. The following attributes were tested during this audit to ensure supporting documentation existed and was accurate and complete. And the attributes are listed there for you to review. I'm happy to report that there were no findings. And overall, the Kronos timekeeping procedures are being followed at the campuses. I commend the payroll department for developing and updating the Kronos timekeeping procedures that need to be adhered to across the district. Also, in conducting the desk audits, they ensure that there is a reconciliation and provide oversight between the Kronos timekeeping system and information entered onto eFinance. Compared to the prior audit, there was a significant improvement in the Kronos timekeeping documentation. A few entries on the eFinance system did not agree to the Kronos adjustment forms. However, once we brought this up to their attention, they were quickly corrected, and when we discussed it with the time managers. With regular monitoring of the Kronos timekeeping documentation by the payroll department and internal audit, the district can continue compliance with established policies and procedures related to Kronos time adjustments, and ensure supporting documentation is properly maintained, accurate, and adequately secured. Any questions on Kronos?
Good news.
Next, we'll have the audit of workers' compensation. And this is the first time that we look at auditing workers' compensation. And one of the reasons is also because the workers' comp specialist, who has been there for many years, is retiring. I think Friday is her last day. So that was another reason we wanted to make sure that we reviewed it, and just to make sure that we're ready to just make that seamless transition to the new person. The purpose of this audit is to test the quality and integrity of workers' compensation reports and supporting documentation for compliance with state and local guidelines, procedures, and timelines, and ensure information is adequately secured. The scope of the audit was all workers' compensation claims for the 2021 school year. We randomly selected 15 workers' compensation reports to review. The procedures that we followed was to review the district's workers' compensation manual and also applicable board policies, which are listed there. We met with the director of benefits and the workers' compensation specialist to gain an understanding of the district's workers' compensation procedures and processes. We also reviewed a copy of the Notice of Injured Employee Rights and Responsibilities in Texas Workers' Compensation System packet that's given to all new employees and any employee that that does a workers' comp claim. We also determined if the required workers' compensation posters are posted and visible in every building. And we also logged on to the district's workers' compensation carrier TASB risk management to gain an additional information on the services offered to the district and employees. The following attributes were tested in the test of workers' compensation. And that's to ensure all workers' compensation first report of injuries are complete and on file, to review any subsequent reports required to be filed if an employee has lost time from work due to the injury, and to ensure that they are complete, correct, timely, and in order to avoid state fines. If the reports are not filed timely, the state does impose a $500 per occurrence fine, and sometimes even over $10,000 for repeated violations. So we need to make sure that some of these reports are filed timely, and we were happy to see that they were. And also to determine if required workers' compensation posters and posted and visible in every campus. I'm happy to report that we had no findings, and all the reports were filed and organized, and supporting documentation was on file. I commend the staff at the Benefits Office for their diligence to ensure policies and procedures and timelines are adhered to. I conclude that the district is in compliance with state and local guidelines, procedures, and timelines, and information is adequately secured. Any questions on workers' comp? Next is an audit of bank reconciliations. The Harlingen CISD has a total of 61 bank accounts used to conduct the transactions of the district. The accounts are broken down as follows, and it's listed there in the report. The 42 campus and department accounts are reconciled by the respective campus secretary monthly. So we only looked at the 15 non-campus bank accounts that the district uses to conduct business. The purpose of the audit was to verify that there are adequate and effective internal controls and procedures related to the bank reconciliation process and ensure they are reconciled timely. We selected the 15 bank accounts, the 15 non-campus bank accounts to audit 6 months of bank reconciliations for the audit period of September 2020 through February 2021. Some of the procedures that we followed are listed there on the report for you to review. And the attributes that we tested were to ensure that bank statements are reconciled timely, to ascertain that bank reconciliations are reviewed, signed, and dated by the designated administrator after they ensure the reconciliations are correct, and to determine that a segregation of duties exists between the person reconciling the bank statements and the person reviewing the bank reconciliations. Findings, I had one finding, and the following deficiencies came to our attention. That several bank reconciliations were not reconciled timely. Several bank reconciliations listed reconciling items requiring transfers or journal entries which were not posted timely and therefore carried forward several months on subsequent reconciliations, and that several bank reconciliations were not reviewed or did not include the reviewer's signature and/or date. Recommendation was that the business office needs to ensure that accounts are reconciled timely, that journal entries for reconciling items are posted timely so they are not carried forward on subsequent reconciliations, and that bank reconciliations are reviewed, signed, and dated as required to certify the bank reconciliations are correct. The business office's response was that the bank reconciliations are all reconciled with minimal reconciling items that are current for the period on hand as of March. There are no previous month transfers or journal entries pending. We will make note to ensure a date is included on all reviewed bank reconciliations. The conclusion is that business office strives to ensure reconciliation of the district's bank accounts are reconciled in a timely manner. The deficiencies listed in the finding above were discussed with the Director of Accounting, Administrator for Business Services, and CFO. The business office needs to strengthen and comply with internal controls and procedures related to the bank reconciliation process. Based on the audit work performed, there was a bank reconciliation for all the bank accounts for the audit period reviewed. With regular monitoring of timely and accurate reconciliations of bank statements by the CFO and internal auditor, we can continue to expect adherence with bank reconciliation procedures for the district's cash accounts. Any questions on the bank reconciliations?
Any questions? Any comments? Thank you.
Okay, the last one is a special activity fund audit for Jefferson Elementary. A special activity fund audit is to be performed when there is a change in principal or secretary responsible for activity funds. This special audit was a result of a change in principal and the principal's secretary for this campus. Some background information for Jefferson Elementary is that they served 295 students as of the PEAMS enrollment date of May 21st, 2021. And they maintain an audited total of $8,215 as of the same date. The objective of the audit was to ensure there is adequate and effective internal controls and to satisfy the concern on the quality of performance of management in carrying out assigned responsibilities in accounting for activity funds. The audit period covered was June 1st, 2020 through May 21st, 2021. The audit procedures that we applied are listed there in your report, and I am happy to report that there were no findings and the overall assessment for this audit was effective. I commend Jefferson Elementary for maintaining activity fund records in a very well organized and audit-ready manner. The audit results were discussed with the secretary and principal, and the audit procedures will also be discussed with a new secretary that has already been hired to ensure there is good understanding of the activity fund process. I conclude that Jefferson Elementary was effective in adhering to the procedures outlined in the HCISD Student Activity Fund Accounting Procedures Manual, and the monthly financial reports reviewed are reasonably correct. Any questions on this audit? And that concludes my reporting.
Questions? Any comments? Thank you. Nellie, you are very gracious, and I would like to commend you for the manner in which you show such courtesy and cooperation with all of our campuses. I believe it makes a significant contribution to the work that you are doing. When things are amicable and people understand that we're all working together for the same goal. So, you know, we appreciate the fact that you are very detailed in your analysis and you're not hesitant at all to suggest corrections where they need to be made. But I believe that the cooperative spirit on both sides of the discussion lends a tremendous benefit to the district. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And
You
I
and your-
also want to thank
And your person, right,
Yes.
there's no staff right over there. I
Mhm.
think so. Thank you very much. Actually, I think it matters a great deal.
Yes,
Thank you so much. If there's no further business, this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
I'd like to call this meeting to order. There's been a notice, an audio-video conference of the regular board meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Harlingen Consolidated Independent School District being held tonight, June the 8th, 2021, beginning at 6:40 p.m. at the Harlingen CISD board building. I'd like for you to know that this is being done pursuant to Governor Abbott's temporary suspension of the open meetings law, which he issued in March of 2020. And so this meeting will be conducted via audio-visual conference, which is viewable by the public to review. We do, in fact, have a quorum with all of our board members present. Would you join us all, please, in a moment of silence? Thank you very much. At this time, Shane Struphart will come forward and lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Madam President, trustees, Dr. Niola, administration, and audience. Tonight's pledge will be led by Marcus Monreal. Marcus is currently a 4th grade student at Lee Means Elementary Fine Arts Academy. He began his journey at Means in the 2nd grade when Lee H. Means first became a Fine Arts Academy. Since then, he has participated and taken advantage of the many opportunities presented to him. For the past 2 years, he has been an active member of the speech, drama, and debate team. And despite the many challenges this year has presented, Marcus placed twice in speech, drama, and debate. He placed 6th in storytelling at the Mask Junior, a speech, drama, and debate competition against 16 middle schools across the country with 140 competitors. He also placed 6th in storytelling at the Better Together Murray International Speech, Drama, and Debate Tournament. He was the only elementary student to place in an all-high school tournament. Marcus's love for the arts doesn't stop there. He participated in Lee Means musical theater debut of The Little Mermaid Jr., where he played a sailor, and in Frozen Jr., where he was casted as the bishop. As if that wasn't enough to keep him busy, I don't know how he has time for anything else, but Marcus also competed in UIL spelling, where he placed 2nd, helping to lead his team to a sweepstakes win. In his spare time, he likes to participate in karate classes at Premier Martial Arts. When he grows up, Marcus plans on becoming a graphic designer.
Oh.
Now, Marcus, we have some internship openings this summer in our department. He is joined tonight by his parents, Gina and David Monreal. Ladies and gentlemen, Marcus Monreal.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You now may be seated.
Thank you. Thank you, Marcus. Let's have another round of applause for this outstanding young man. Oh, my goodness. Marcus, we're super proud of you, and it's going to be so much fun to watch your career as you progress through our schools and on into the university, and then just defining your talent every step of the way. Congratulations.
Marcus, can you cut your hair, sir? Can I have Marcus? I'm over here. Marcus? Marcus, Dr. Nolan over here. If you cut your hair, sir, can I have a little bit? Maybe it'll give you some of that creativity in that brain of yours. Keep up the great work. Really proud of you.
Really super great. Really super great. But we move now to agenda item number 2, please. One of our favorite times at all of our board meetings, awards and recognitions. And so first we have the United States Military Recognition, and that again is Shane Struphart.
Thank you, Madam President, trustees, Dr. Niola, administration, and audience. Tonight, we are recognizing 18 students from Harlingen High School South, and Harlingen School of Health Professions for their decision to join the United States military. After making their mark at HCISD, these students are embarking on the next chapter in their lives with a sense of duty and service. The significance of this decision does not go unnoticed, as it will undoubtedly be a challenging, rewarding, and an exciting experience for each one of these students. This nation is a land of opportunity and freedom because our nation's armed forces help make it so. So tonight, we thank and honor these young men and women for their future service to our country. Before we begin, we'd like to recognize any former or current servicemen and women in the audience. If you are serving or have served, please stand so you can be recognized, including our board members. Thank you so much for your service. Madam President, Dr. Niola, will you please come forward to help us recognize these individuals? Students, when I call your name, would you please come forward for a photo, and please remain standing so we can take a group photo at the end. Recruiters, if there are any recruiters in the office, when I call your branch, would you please come join us in the photo? We will start with students from Harlingen High School joining the U.S. Now, keep in mind that some of these kids are already off, so there might be some missing here tonight, but we're going to say their name regardless. From Harlingen High School, joining the U.S. Air Force, Evelyn Giselle Alcocer. All right. Joining the U.S. Army, James Christopher Lee Garza. Also joining the Army, Damian Mark Sanchez. Roel Yebra. Joining the U.S. Army National Guard, Jordan Andrew Martinez. Joining the U.S. Marine Corps, Javier Gonzalez. Hold up, Roland, we got two more. Got the recruiters in there? Let's get them in there. All right, Javier, come over here. Also joining the U.S. Marine Corps, Samantha Lee McGarity. Also joining the Marine Corps, Juan Julian Rodriguez. Also joining the Marine Corps, Tony Cicada. I'm sure the recruiters will be looking for them. All right. Joining the U.S. Navy, Emily J. Gonzalez. Also the Navy, Alexandra Victoria Perez. Also joining the Navy, Lorenzo Antonio Villera. I've already sailed away, I guess. All right. From Harlingen High School South, joining the U.S. Army, Avery Elizabeth Alexander. And Justin Gabriel Blakesley. Joining the U.S. Marine Corps, Amanda Lynn Medrano. And also joined the U.S. Marine Corps, Jacoby Azade Ortiz. Joined the U.S. Navy, Irene Yameleth Jaramillo Carranza. Moving on to Harlingen. Whoa, there she is, all right. And our last student from Harlingen School of Health Professions joining the U.S. Air Force, Andrew Owen Torres. Before we ask the board to come down for a group photo, if there are any parents of these outstanding students here tonight, would you please stand? Parents, please stand if you're here. All right, I'd like to call the board and any principals that are here this evening. Would you please join us for a group photo? Parents, you're welcome to come over here and take a photo if you like. Parents, this is the best spot right here. Oh, how's the extra? No, no problem. Okay. All right, we're ready. 1, 2, and 3. Last one. How are you going to step in? Just right there, perfect. Straight down. All right, Karen.
Madam President, if I could make a comment?
Certainly, please.
So for y'all brave young men and women who are going to serve, thank you for your service. Just as a reminder, less than 1% of Americans serve in the United States military, so you're among elite already. But also don't forget how important you are for us, keep us safe, how much pride that it brings us and your family that you're serving. Come back and visit us often, come back and visit your family often. And don't forget that the military, you will learn a lot in the military. I did when I was in the Navy. They will also provide you countless and innumerable opportunities for continuing education, inclusive of degrees and everything else, professional school. So take advantage of that. So don't feel that you're there and you're stuck in whatever your first job is in whatever branch you're serving in. Remember that it can, I mean, I have friends that are serving in the CIA, the FBI, and all kinds of different cool things, just because of their service in the military and then their education. So it's going to open so many doors for y'all. So take great pride in representing your family, our region, and our state. Come back. We hope you come back. But don't forget, take advantage of all the opportunities and all the doors they open for you. So again, thank you for your service, and we're very proud of you. God bless.
Thank you so much. I'm just thinking what an extraordinary gift you are to this nation and how a gift you are to all of us. So congratulations and thank you very, very much. So at this time, next, we will go into the recognition of Harlingen High School and Harlingen High School South top 10 students.
All right, thank you, Madam President, Dr. Niola, trustees, administration, and audience. Tonight, we celebrate excellence in our student body by recognizing the top 10 students from Harlingen High School and Harlingen High School South. All of them have worked hard to earn their position as a top student amongst their peers. However, we know they could not have made it without the love and support of their parents. So if you are a parent of one of these students here tonight, would you please stand? Let's recognize our parents. Thank you, parents. Our top 10 students are the embodiment of a world-class education and are a symbol of excellence for our district. We congratulate these students on their achievements and look forward to seeing them at our district's commencement ceremonies this week. Madam President, Dr. Niola, will you please come forward to help us recognize these amazing kids? Students, as I call your name, please come forward to receive your certificate. The following students are representatives of their campus top 10 for the 2020-2021 school year. Beginning with our valedictorian, Callie Cervantes. Parents, you're welcome to come up and take a photo also. We have their picture in the background. It'd be a nice little setup there. Now our salutatorian, Cameron Hale.
No te enojes.
Michaela Gonzalez. Leila Badiru. I know. It's like we need her autograph before she leaves. Karen Medina. Elise Landaverde. Picture. Hold on. Wait. Blanca Leja. Milke Montanez Tinajero. Alisa Salas. And Alicia Razo.
Trustee Casey, do you want to come forward and just bow? Maybe deliver and bow. Okay, we're going to focus on the big camera first. Look here first. Stay there. Let's get your parents in there. There's something different about this group. There's no boys. Miss Ballard? Wait, you want to take a selfie? Everybody look this way. Everybody down here.
All right, here you go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Everybody wave. 1, 2, and 3. Good job, guys. Nice.
All right. Now go ahead and take your seats, please. Take your seats. All right, now we're going to move on to Harlingen High School South Top 10 graduates, beginning with our valedictorian, Raj Pawik. Our salutatorian, Kennedy Kibler. Destiny Mott. David Cortez. Wait, hold on. James Abbott. In spite of them. Ebony Solis. Joseph Bell. Caleb Blackburn. Justin Armstrong. And Armando Garcia. At this time, I'd like to ask the trustees to come forward. I believe we have Principal Reyes in the audience. Mr. Reyes, will you come forward? Students, can I get y'all to come down?
You don't want to be part of the picture. That's the issue. How specific part of it?
Yeah, Jerry, be right there. And Eladio, can y'all come forward a little bit? There you go. There we go. Okay, everyone look at the big camera first. Sorry. That's good. All right, switch. All right. Everyone, big camera first. Don't let your cell phones behind you. First. All right, here we go. Ready, 1, 2, and... All right, stay there. And let's, parents, y'all want to come in, parents? Get your photo. Hold on, we have one parent. You put him next to Jimmy. Ask about the next group. Ask us about the next group. When you're gonna bring him in? Yeah.
That's right. So, I think
Here, right, over here.
Madam President,
Yes, ma'am.
I would just like to make a few comments of congratulations to the top 10 students from Harlingen High School and Harlingen High School South. You know, I think it is incredibly impressive to have achieved what you have achieved across 4 years of incredibly rigorous classes. But to me, what is equally impressive is that I know that you do so much more than just your academics. Knowing your schedules and balancing the extracurricular activities that each one of you participate in, and you have achieved the top 10 status is truly remarkable. And we, as a board, really, really want to acknowledge that extra effort, that consistent effort across your schooling. We want to recognize your families, your parents, your teachers, your coaches, your directors, all of the network that you have that has created you as successful academics. It doesn't stop here. Our expectations of you continue. We have great faith in how you will represent HCISD going forward, and we truly relish the time that you've been in our midst. We were teasing as we were standing by you, there was like great power up there. There's a lot of smarts up there. And so we just wish you the very, very best, continued success, and thank you because you set the standard every year for what's to come, right? You teach us, you make us better, and so we thank you. Congratulations.
Mr. President. Yes, echoing everything that Dr. Reiniger said, congratulations. And it does take a village, so I want to take a moment really quick to acknowledge the parents once again. If you guys could please stand up. Grandparents, parents, please stand up. And now, if you guys could give them a round of applause, because there's so much that they love you, they care for you, of course, and so much went into getting them. Thank you guys for doing that. And last but not least, I want to remind you, you guys are all role models to this community, and we're looking at you. Not only us, but I've got 4 young kids, and they're looking at the billboards. Look at who's up there, who's up there, and I asked them, you want to be up there? And they're like, yeah. I want to be up there like Callie. I want to be up there like Mr. Bell and Alyssa. They know your names. They're watching you. You think they're not watching, but they're watching. We're all watching. So remember that as you go forward, continue to be successful, continue to work hard, and continue to be the best you can be. Thank you, guys. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I can't help but think, so now we've had the military, and now we've had the academicians, and we're going to move on into the music, and it's just excellence everywhere. And I'm just thinking, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the next generation that's going to lead this nation. Super proud we are, super proud. At this time, we would like to move to the recognition of our all-state music students, and our presenter is going to be Joseph Villarreal.
Thank you for being here, parents.
Hi, everybody.
Good evening, Mrs. Fleury, board members, Dr. Neola. At this time, I would like to recognize those students from Harlingen High School and Harlingen High School South that earned a spot on the TMEA All-State Choir. These students submitted an audition, and the very best were selected to be a part of the All-State Choir, and that equates to roughly 1% of all submissions. So at this time, we'll start off by recognizing our students from Harlingen High School. Our first student earned 6th chair. She's a sophomore, and it is Emily Bautista. If we could have Dr. Neola and Mrs. Fleury please join us up stage for a photo. So once again, Emily.
Dr. Neola, no running in the halls, Miss, please.
Our next student earned a 5th chair in tenor bass choir, and he is a junior, and that is Christian Briones.
No link.
And our final student from Harlingen High School, this is her 3rd year in a row of being placed on the All-State Choir. She earned 2nd chair in Mixed Choir Alto 1, and that is junior Cadence Carpio. I would also like to recognize our choir directors from Harlingen High School. We have Ginger Wheelock, if you can join us on stage as well. Alfonso Gonzalez. And Ruben Reyes. And also Mrs. Bauer, if you can join us as well on stage for a picture.
Stay there. Everyone look to your right over here.
And now we'll move on to our students from Harlingen High School South. We have a senior first chair soprano, 2 mixed choir, and that is Michelle Andrade. And our second student is 4th chair soprano 2 mixed choir, and that is junior Jessica Torres. And I would also like to recognize our directors from Harlingen High School South, Willie Morales. Sylvia Torres. And Henry Tharp. Board members, you can please join us down for a picture, as well as Mr. Reyes.
Okay, everybody take camera first. Ready, 1, 2, and 3. Fair. No.
Bring my middle schooler, she'll like it. Yeah.
Super wow, right? Board members, does anyone wish to comment? Down at the other end, I think did.
Madam President,
Yes, oh, yes.
I just want to extend my congratulations to not just the students, but the teachers that do this, you know. I think we put an emphasis on the 3 A's, and we saw the first academic side. As you mentioned, we're looking at the arts here and what we're doing to accomplish, and even later, we're going to recognize a few more of our arts students. But I just want to congratulate you guys, because I know that you guys put in a lot of work, you know, not just during the school year, but in the summertime. You know, we talk a lot about athletics sometimes and all the work that those coaches put in. You guys put in just as much work, if not more, in preparing our students for success. So I just wanted to thank you personally, and the students, congratulations. Those of you that are coming back, you know, we look forward to having you back. And maybe next year, I think Dr. Reiniger said we can have a little performance at one of the board meetings. I wouldn't mind that, you know, so congratulations again. Very proud of you. Thank you.
Oh, super, super. Well, moving right along in the arts, with even, you know, it's just so exciting that we just keep expanding and expanding from one area of the arts to the other. It's just phenomenal. At this time, we would like to recognize the Harlingen High School South one-act play, and that will be presented also by Mr. Joseph Villarreal. Here they come.
All right. Good evening, Mrs. Fleurier, board members, Dr. Neola. Harlingen High School South's one-act play company earned their spot in the top 8 amongst over 1,500 schools across the state of Texas to compete at the 2021 6A one-act play state contest with their production of Anatomy of Grey. The company placed first or second at the district, by-district, and regional level to advance to the UIL one-act play state contest. At the state level, we had one student receive Top Performer award as one of the top 2 performers in the entire state. Another student received the All-Star Cast Award, placing in the top 8 performers in the state, and another student received the Outstanding Technician Award. The entire technical crew and their technical director received an unprecedented recognition as having the most professional crew at the one-act play state contest.
Wow.
The South One-Act Play Company is extremely grateful to have been given the opportunity to compete despite the odds. They would like to thank the HCISD Board of Trustees and Dr. Neola for allowing them to reach for the stars. And at this time, we will begin recognizing our cast and crew. If we can have Mrs. Fleurier and Dr. Neola please join us for pictures. Students, I will call out your name individually, and we will have you come up for a picture. We will begin first with a student that received the Outstanding Technician Award, and that is sophomore Alec Aragus. Our next student was named top performer of the entire contest, and that is junior Aaron Blunt. Our next student is junior Keone Vega. Next, we have junior Cole Kibler. Our next student earned All-Star Cast, and that is junior Esmeralda Trevino.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Next, we have sophomore Katie Velasquez. Junior Jorge Gonzalez. Junior Levi Ince. Freshman Sadie Jensen. Junior Abby Burton. Sophomore Bruce Gonzalez. Junior Brendan Cisneros. Freshman CJ High School. Sophomore Jolene Flores. One more picture. Next, sophomore Madison Hushin. Sophomore Zoe Zamora. Sophomore Holly Mercado. Freshman Olivia Cantu. Freshman Noel Aragus. And sophomore Megan Blackburn. We would also like to recognize the following One Act Play directors: Eddie Cavazos, our technical director Joseph Armendariz, and Julia Bender. Are any of our parents here from the One Act students of the One Act Play? Stand and be recognized. Mr. Strupart, are we ready for a picture?
Alex Aragus is going to lead us in lining everybody up.
He's going to use his technical skills.
Alex,
The first lower step, and then all the shorter people in the front, and then all the
And also board members, if you can join us as well.
everyone can be on the lower platform, short people in the front, tall people in the back.
Yes. Is he here? There he is. Okay, perfect.
Okay, everyone look at the camera. Ready? 1, 2, Karen? Wait, hold on, let's get the parents over here. Look in the middle. Everyone look in the middle. Everyone look in the middle. Is that everybody? Oh, and look down here to your right.
I was told you guys like to have fun. So let's take a fun picture. We're not going to wave. We're going to have fun, right? So do a fun gesture that's legal, okay? Here we go. Let's have fun. Ready? Make it fun. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go! Make some noise. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go! That's what we're
Well, that was a super wow, too. Board members, does anyone have a comment? Dr. Eidicke?
Yes, I would love to make a comment. So, you know, it's hard to capture this, but I have this special seat, which is to watch how all of you came up and interacted and adjusted and greeted each other and laughed with each other and have the most incredible chemistry, right? The way you recognize your teachers, your instructors, the way you recognized your fellow cast members. Unbelievable and just lovely, and exactly why you achieve what you achieve, because it takes that kind of chemistry to make all of the magic that you have done come to life. And you just do it because you care for each other. So I wanted to first recognize that. Second, I can't wait to see what you do next year because, oh my goodness.
No pressure.
Freshmen, sophomore, juniors, you're young. Your career is still in front of you. So I just, the sky is the limit, the stars are the limit, right? So congratulations. What a huge, huge achievement. I saw your production. It was mesmerizing. The accolades are so well-deserved. And so we're just so tremendously proud of you. You can tell we love the arts. We support you 1,000%. So just keep doing what you love because it comes through. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
Madam President, if I may.
Dr. Muniz?
If I may, yes, you know, what Dr. Reiniger is mentioning here, I want to mention to you as well, is about culture, right? We have our HCISD culture, but clearly they have their own culture within our culture, and it's extremely dynamic. And so it reminds me of this chapter in the culture, there's a book called The Culture Code. If you haven't read it, go read it. Teachers, leaders here, right, and even students, but there's a specific chapter in there where they talk about a troop, a Canadian troop, and you're probably familiar with the Canadian troop. They actually produce some of the best actors. This troop out of Canada, they go to SNL, and then they go to SNL, they go to the big screen, right? And they have these laws that they follow. And I know that Dr. Cavazos, he's read the book, several of us have read the book, but they have these laws that they follow, and it reminds me of you guys. Hey, if we're not adding value, don't say anything. If you don't speak when you're ready to speak, and it's really cool. I encourage you to go read that because this is what you guys are. You guys are an amazing little culture, and it's so cool. Congratulations to you guys. Good job.
Madam President,
Yes,
I'd be
sir.
remiss if I didn't. So, first of all, pass along a little hello from my dear Natalie. So she misses you guys and she loves you all. And it was just such an honor and a pleasure to see you guys perform at the state one-act competition up in Waxahachie, Texas. I don't want to belabor, but the comments are right on the mark, what's already been passed along. I just can't tell you how proud we are of you. There's so much talent in this district, but it's kind of cool as a board. You have to know how you put yourself in our shoes. It's kind of cool to sit in the pack and watch some of these performances from the acting, from the dancing, from the music, and the production. And especially when there's people that aren't from the district sitting next to us. And we're just sitting back there I can't tell you how many times they tap you on the shoulder and they say, "Are all these high school students?" I'm like, "Yep." That would be yes. And just folks are just blown away. And then they feel guilty for not paying $80, $90, $100, $120 for seeing these performances because you guys really could be on Broadway tomorrow. But I'll tell you this, what I'm really excited is to see what you do next. Not only next year, because most of y'all will be back next year, but as Belinda said, but also in your future. And I don't want you to lose that such incredible right brain talent that you have. Because I know many of y'all may be left brain professionals, physicians, lawyers, engineers, whatever, scientists, whatever you want to do. But don't ever lose that gift and that passion that you have, because it's really what makes you special, and with the soft skills and, like Bobby mentioned, that sort of that culture, that teamwork, that just ability to work in a team that it's just innate to you. It's just natural. It's instinctual. That's going to provide such incredible opportunities, open so many doors for you, and to lead to success in whatever you do, even if it's a really left brain field, because many others in that field don't have that gift that you have. So congratulations. We're proud of you. We love you. And again, big kisses from Natalie. She loves you guys, and thank you for everything.
So the next agenda item, I think, it reminds me of something applicable to all of you, and remembering Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come. And I remember we talked about that a lot in the construction of the PAC. Well, we're building it, and here they've come. So thank you all so much. And moving from that, we're actually going into an official field conversation, recognition of the Harlingen High School boys track and field team by Dr. Joseph Villarreal.
Good evening. Mrs. Fleury, board members, Dr. Neola. Olympic champion Michael Phelps once said, "You dream, you plan, you reach. There will be obstacles, there will be doubters, there will be mistakes. But with hard work, with belief, with confidence, and trust in yourself and those around you, there are no limits." Much of what he says echoes true about the Harlingen Cardinal boys track team. In a track season that saw the Cardinals place first as a team in every regular season meet, in a season that also saw the Cardinals win district, area, and regionals, the words hard work, belief, confidence, and trust remain consistent throughout. The season culminated with the boys finishing fourth as a team at the UIL 6A state track meet. We are extremely proud as a school district to recognize the Harlingen High School boys track team for a momentous, record-breaking, awe-inspiring, and nothing short of a thrilling season. How about a round of applause for all of you? Mrs. Fleury and Dr. Noel, if you would please join us up here for pictures. We will call each athlete individually, and you will take a picture with Mrs. Fleury and Dr. Noyola, and then you'll make your way to the center of the stage. Our first athlete set records in the 100-meter dash at 10 seconds, set a record in the 200-meter dash at 20.59 seconds, and set a record in the long jump, jumping 24 feet, 6 inches and a quarter. And that is senior Jose Garcia. He also won something called a state championship, and we'll get to that in a little bit. Our next recognized group of young men comprise the record-breaking 4x100 meter relay team at 41 seconds. First off, Jose Garcia, you want to make your way back to the picture? Our next athlete, Josue Landaverde. Let it make noise.
That's right, I like that jingling. Right? Something cool about that.
Next up, Pedro Luna. Eric Gilantan. And Esvin Suniga.
I bet these guys are never late to class.
Yeah.
We would also like to recognize our coaches, Coach Efrain Ambris. And Coach Hickle Woolery. Are there any parents, if you can stand and be recognized as well? All right, we are ready for a picture. Mrs. Bauer, you want to make your way up here as well as our board members?
Okay, everybody begin here. Ready, 1, 2, and 3. All right, parents. Any parents want to come over and take a photo? Welcome, Mom. Are you done all right?
Here we go. Ready, 1. Wait, 1. There we go. 1, 2, and 3. Got it. Good job.
Keep going. Trying to get rid of me, sir?
Madam,
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Powers?
Well-
I was getting all excited about where we were going.
Well,
Yes, please, will you please share a comment?
Well, I just want to tell you guys how proud we are of you. Like Ms. Fleury said when you were standing there, y'all put this school district and the athletic program on the map. I've watched sports in Harlingen for many, many years, and I don't remember a team going to state finals and placing fourth in Harlingen. Coach Ambrose, have we ever done it? Not that I can remember. So, I mean, you broke a glass ceiling, and y'all just, it's amazing what y'all accomplished, and y'all are such fine kids. I mean, character, and you represent this school district in the way that we are so proud of you. But to the relay team, and we watched y'all all the way up through the finals into the state finals, just incredible. And you know, it's not every day that you have the fastest man, I think, in the country. Is that right?
We're getting ready to find out, I think.
So, but y'all really, it's amazing what you all did. Your relay team, I mean, that's time of 41, what was it, Coach?
Wow.
I mean, that's incredible. And just to, you know, usually you go to state and you see DeSoto and you see South Lake and you see, you know, Judson. And I mean, we are so proud of you guys, what you all have accomplished this year. Just really incredible. Thank you.
Madam President?
Yes, sir.
I just, you know, as Greg said, you know, he said he's watched a lot of sports. He's a little bit older than me, so he's probably watched more sports than I have around here.
Not much.
Not by much. But I did work I worked as a sports writer for many years. And one of my favorite things to cover, don't tell Coach Gomez, but my favorite thing to cover was track and field. You know, more than a football game on Friday nights. I know a lot of you guys played football, and it's fun, and it's got its own, you know, that's its own culture, Friday Night Lights. But there's just something special about a track meet on a Saturday, you know, when it's not too hot, not too cold, there in the spring, and you're kind of just hanging out outside and watching it. Obviously, I wasn't the one running, but it was probably some of my best years that I was able to spend around coaches like Coach Ambrose, and to see what you all did, me, myself, as a product of Harlingen, it brought a lot of pride that when you guys won regionals and then went on to state, I received a lot of texts from friends that are still in the media across the state, you know, just kind of expressing their you know, their appreciation for a Valley team doing what you all did. You know, it's not often that we would see that up at that level. I covered a lot of regional meets where I did see a lot of individual successes, but a team success like that didn't come too often. And then at state especially. I know we're going to get to Mr. Garcia here in a little bit, but, you know, it's something that's very, very, we felt a lot of pride as a community to have you all up there represent the way you did. And I just wanted to thank you. Coach Ambrose, Coach Woolry, I want to thank you guys too. Coach, how long have you been leading this team?
Since
2014. I mean, you've brought it was an established program, but you've done a very good job, sir. And I just wanted to thank you for that, working with those kids. So congratulations, guys. Very proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam President,
Yes,
I just
sir.
want to add, Dr. Neola always kept us updated with everything that you were doing. So we knew everything that was going on, and we're super proud of each and every single one of you. But I'm kind of glad that the season is over, because Greg Powers kept saying that he would have won state as well if he went to hurt his leg. So now we don't have to hear Mr. Powers saying he would have done all these great things as well. But congratulations, and you all are amazing, and you put us on the map. So congratulations and thank you.
Jay, I just,
Yes,
one
yes.
last thing, and I
Yes,
was
sir.
remiss a minute ago. I want to echo what Eladio said. No team is, you know, the coaches make the team, and you boys, I know, all acknowledge that. And you guys have just done a phenomenal job in what you've done with this program. And thank you, coaches, so much. We appreciate
Yeah,
it.
bravo. Well, another drum roll, and so this time we're going to have the recognition of the Harlingen High School track and field state champion, Dr. Joseph Villarreal.
All right, Mrs. Fleurier, board members, Dr. Noella, I would like to continue this evening recognizing an athlete that will go down in HCISD history as one of the greatest of all time. HCISD would like to recognize Harlingen High School's Jose Garcia for his outstanding accomplishments this year in track and field. Jose won every 100-meter dash race he competed in this year and set records that will inspire others for years to come. At the 6A UIL track meet, Jose capped a great high school career by winning the silver medal in the long jump, the silver medal in the 200 meters, and taking the gold medal in the 100 meters. Jose immediately became a household name as regional, state, and national media documented his outstanding performance at the state meet. In addition, Jose has been honored by the Texas Track and Field Coaches Association as both the Male Track Athlete of the Year and the Overall Athlete of the Year. Recently, Jose was nominated for the prestigious Gatorade Athlete of the Year for the state of Texas. As a result of Jose's accomplishments in track and field and in the classroom, he will be signing a national letter of intent to attend the University of Texas at San Antonio, where he will continue his track and field career and further his education. And before we bring Jose Garcia, state champion, up to the stage, we would like to present this video. Mrs. Fleury, Dr. Noella, if you would please join us here on the stage.
Pleasure.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Class 6A 100-meter state champion, Jose Garcia.
Coaches, can we get that over here in this picture as well? I'll go and move right here, and trustees, don't come down. You can.
I know, but I think the family's here as well. If you stand to be recognized and come on over. You want to bring the other kids? Brothers, come on down. And Mrs. Bauer.
Oh, there we go. All right. We're going to take this picture. We're going to do this picture. All right, baby, why don't you come here, baby? Is that good, Roland? I'm missing your chin there. Okay, here we go. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. One more time. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, stand by. We got one more. Brianna, to get this one.
1, 2, 3.
Well, I don't know what the other school boards are doing around the valley tonight. We've got all the winners right here, right here. We're so super proud. We could not be more proud. Is there anyone else who would like to add additional comments? Or are we just going to
Madam
bask in
President?
their glory?
Madam
Yes,
President?
sir. Yes, sir.
I noticed over here, I don't know if Mr. Garcia was cutting onions over there, but it looked like he was tearing up a little bit. I think what you felt, that pride you feel, we all feel, as a school district. Let me read a couple of names. Jack Ellington, Brownsville High, 1934. Bobby Morrow, San Benito, 1953 and 54. And Jose Garcia from D. Harlingen High School, 2021. Those are only state champions in the 100. The other two were in the 100-yard dash. So Jose, you're in very, very exclusive company, and the pride that we feel when you all went as a team to regionals and represented and won, and then went to state and did what you did at state. I mean, Jose, I know, it's a team sport, but, to bring home a state championship is a big deal in anything. We had a state championship one-act play a few years ago. That was a big deal for us. This is a huge deal for us because you're the best in the state, and in this case, you're arguably the best in the country this year, with one of the best times. So congratulations. I hope you enjoyed every moment. I hope you enjoyed every moment because, you've built a season, an individual season. Again, I'm going to go back to the years I covered track, and I've covered a couple of state champions, one of them from this school district, from Harlingen High School, and Mr. Randy Berban, who won, and the 300 hurdles in 2011, Coach? I think 2012. And so, they're far and few in between, but we do have the talent, and like I said, I hope you enjoyed it. You made everybody proud. We're looking forward to what you can do as a road runner, and just, the sky's the limit, as someone said earlier about one of our other accomplishments. The sky's the limit, and we're really proud of you, and you're carrying that banner for us. Eric, you're going to UIW. Is anybody else running in college, or, where are you running? UTR, awesome. You guys are going to continue that as you guys move on, so we're just very excited for all of you guys, and very, very, very happy. Congratulations.
Madam President, just real quick, I want to echo what Eladia said, but you reminded, and Greg and I were just commenting over here, when does he get his ring? Because state champions in this district get a ring.
That's true.
And so if they haven't told you that yet, we changed the board policy a few years ago when the one-act play became, we're the state champions. We do that for all, so you'll be getting a ring, sir, for your state championship, and so don't, we got it, that's
Yeah,
coming,
it's
right?
scheduled.
Did I just break a surprise or something?
No, I had already let him
Okay,
know
good.
that
All right.
night that he won, but
So,
it's.
so please come back and show us your ring, you know, so.
Oh, yeah.
Madam Madam
Yes,
President,
please.
just, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this, and it's to the whole team, all the guys.
Absolutely.
All the guys, I had the pleasure and honor to talk to them last night. Our Cameron County Commissioner Gus Reese had a celebration for them. And I want to just remind you, I know I said it last night, but I want to say it here again because it's important. You guys are role models. Don't forget that. Everybody's watching. And number two, it's all about mindset, right? I mentioned that last night. So help me out. Help me with the crowd and people at home watching. Remind me and remind them what you're never going to do. You're never going to what? Say it out loud. I'm never going to give up, right? And how are you feeling? How are you feeling? Awesome, guys. Congratulations.
What a year, coaches and team, what a year. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're not ready to say it yet, but soon we'll be saying, thanks for the memories. Very best, thank you. Wow. Okay, we're not finished yet. And we are not finished yet. And we come now to the recognition of one of the most special individuals who has ever been associated with this school district. And it is my honor and my privilege to announce that at this time, we would like to give recognition to Sonia Brown for her service to the Superintendent, Board of Trustees, and HCISD from 1988 to 2021. 7 superintendents, Susan. Is that right, Sonia? 7 superintendents. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Alicia Noyola will present the recognition.
Thank you, Madam President, board members, senior administration, and audience. So tonight we recognize someone who has dedicated the greater part of her life to HCISD. As superintendent of schools now, but prior to being the chief academic officer, I saw Sonia from afar and I worked with her, but certainly not as closely as I do today. And so I've had the unique opportunity to have a front row seat to all that she does. So as I've observed her and as she announced her retirement, I couldn't help but reflect at how much she has done over the last 3 decades. As I've seen her, I think about all the important information that she has been asked to compile that has crossed her desk, the countless meetings and events and different things that she has been asked to schedule, the thousands of phone calls and emails that she no doubt has had to respond to, along with all the various other tasks that don't always show up on a job description. So my dear Sonia Brown, we would like to thank you for the amazing gift of 33 years of service to HCISD. In your time with our district, you were the constant in the superintendent office, having served 7 superintendents. Can you believe 7 superintendents? So all of us have had multiple supervisors over our careers, but we've never necessarily stayed in the same job, and Sonia has. And so that amazing gift that you gave us every single time that we had a new superintendent come forward. And during that time, you trained superintendents because new people would come in, and there had to be somebody that knew the history of the school district, and that was you. And then on top of that, you also had 28 school board members that made their way through our school district that you also served to train. So your patience and commitment is incredible. And of course, we know that your favorite superintendent, their name started with an A, but I won't make you fill the rest of the letters, although we can talk later.
You said her name.
Oh, did I say her? That was an accident. So Sonia, we cannot express how grateful we are for your support and all the help you've provided our HCISD superintendents. You know, oftentimes when we don't work directly with students, we sometimes forget the impact we have on the lives of children. But the excellent work and support you provided every single day for the last 33 years allowed our district superintendents to focus on the work of providing a quality education for all of our students. So let me leave no doubt that your work has made a significant impact across our entire school district and on the students of HCISD. So, my dear friend, we're going to miss you, but we know retirement is not the end, it's the beginning of a whole new adventure. So we wish you the happiest of retirements and the most restful one when you can, as you're enjoying this next chapter of your life. Thank you so very much on behalf of our entire school district. So we are going to take a picture in a little bit, but Madam Chair, I'm going to turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. I am sure that each and every one of our board members would like to at least say a very brief thank you from the bottom of our hearts. So we will begin with Eladio.
Thank you, Madam President. Sonia, last week or 2 weeks ago, when we had that retirement, celebration, and I singled you out because everything Dr. Yola said about you, what you meant to the school district, I really feel in my heart as a new board member a few years ago when I came in, there was just a level of comfort, and I was thinking about that in recent days, thinking about what I would say, and I remember the first times I dealt with you wasn't as a board member, it was as a sports writer, and you probably thought I was annoying. Trying to get FOI requests and who applied for this coaching job and who applied for that coaching job, and I need the information now. And so, but even then, Sonia, you handled it very gracefully and very respectfully, and I always had nothing but the utmost respect for you. The name Sonia Brown, I think, is synonymous with HCISD, with the HCISD administration building, with the work that goes on here. Anybody that's ever had to do anything with the school district, I think that name, Sonia Brown, just kind of goes hand in hand with HCISD. And as much as we're going to miss Dr. Cavazos and we're going to miss all the retirees, you, I think, hold a special place in the heart of the school district. And I just wanted to thank you for those years of service, 7 superintendents, 28 board members, but countless students that were impacted, maybe not directly by you, but they were all impacted. These boys here and all the other ones that we recognized earlier, all of them indirectly impacted by the work and the service that you did to the school district. So thank you so much. We're going to miss you. I'm going to miss you. And enjoy your retirement.
Thank you, Dr. Weininger.
So first off, I am still in training, Sonia. So I'm disappointed that you're leaving because I still have stuff to learn. So I am her newest tutoree or whatever under her tutelage. So thank you, just an incredible thank you for the way you welcome new board members and make sure that we just get in step and understand and feel comfortable with our work. Beyond that, though, it was clear to me from day one in working with you that the way you do your work, the grace and the love that you bring to your job sets the standard for HCISD. And that is so incredibly true, because at the very top, we have that setting the stage, and you, in particular, for 33 years, setting the stage. It is an incredible influence that you have had on the whole district, and I'm so thankful for the little bit of time that I've had with you. I treasure it each and every day. Thank you so much.
Dr. Munoz?
Of course, you know, when I found out that you were retiring, I was like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do, you know, because you always make everybody feel so special. I mean, I know everybody here thinks that they're their favorite. Tell them now, I'm your favorite. But you do, you make us all feel that way. And one of the reasons why you do that is because we trust you and you trust us. There's a lot of trust in the position you've had, and you do a great job of creating harmony with us, with this team, with the public. You're like the spoke. I mean, you're the hub of the spokes, you know. Clearly, you're committed. You've been committed to us, above and beyond what our expectations are. For you to come out and drive to the pharmacy to make sure I sign stuff, you know, it's just amazing. That's great. I mean, I can come when I can come. You're like, no, I'll be there. And I just love it. And you're so detail-oriented. I don't know how you do you deal with so many different people that come from so many different backgrounds, and we all work differently, but yet somehow you make it look so easy. But I think really the one word that really sums up who you are and what I'm grateful for, that you're so nurturing. You've nurtured us, and that's why it's hard for me, and I think all of us, to let you go, but we have to. So good luck, and have an amazing retirement.
Thank you.
Sonia Brown. I say that because every time Sonia calls me, she says, Javier de Leon, and I knew I did something wrong. It's like, you didn't turn in the form. I'm like, crap, you didn't do this, you didn't do that. And so every time she calls me, I know I did something wrong. But out of the 28 board members, I remember us talking about a week ago that I was the most dedicated, hardworking, most reliable, and probably the most knowledgeable board member that you had ever experienced and had. And I want to appreciate you saying that. And board members, it's nothing against what you don't know. It's just it's just true. So thank you, Sonia, for saying that. But I do want to say that, every time I call you, I've been on the board, I think it's going on 17 years, and never once, and honestly, I can say I have never, ever heard Sonia get mad. I've never seen her frustrated. She always has a professional face, but like Bobby said, she's very nurturing, and oh my gosh, I've been around a lot of individuals, and I've never been around someone as special as you, Sonia, and I truly mean that. You are a class act, and I know that Art Cavazos and Alicia Noyola received a lot of accolades, and they do a lot of great. They're lost without you. Without you, I knew you were sick one day, and I went to visit Dr. Cavazos, and he was running like a chicken without a head. He didn't know what was going on, and that's just one day, Sonia. And so I don't know how, Dr. Noyola, I don't know how you're going to be doing it or handling it, but Sonia, I'll tell you, thank you for the years of service. Mr. Brown, thank you for sharing your wife with us. You stayed in this position because of your love for the district. You stayed in this position because of the love of the family, the team here at HCISD, and you stayed in this position because I don't think there's anybody else that could have done it as well as you could have done it, and you've done it. And so thank you. I love you. I'm going to miss all the calls where saying Javier De Leon. But I promise I'll get my act together and do a little bit better for the next go around. So thank you, Sonia. Mr. Brown, thank you. And I know you're going to enjoy your retirement. So keep up the great things that you're doing. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to be honest. Javier, you may think you're the favorite of the 28, but I can tell you, out of the 28, I was probably her biggest pain. And I'm really, really going to miss you, Sonia. I don't think a lot of people realize what's involved in being the superintendent's assistant or secretary. I mean, it is a lot of work. I hate to think how many calls you average a day. You have to protect Alicia and Art from, so they can get their work done. And then, like Javier said, or one of the members said, I don't think I've ever seen you, and I've seen you under a lot of stress, but you'd never know it. A lot of things going on, and you always handled it with composure and just really sweetness is what I'd like to say. I know that first time I met Sonia or ran into Sonia was at the old board building on Harrison Street. And I walked in there one day to see a guy in the back about a student problem. A young guy named Art Cavazos. And I mean, I had to tell her what it was about, what it was going to involve, how much time I needed. And I've always respected the way you've handled things. She has to keep all of us. We have to know how many hours we have to take a year. We have seminars we need to attend. The minutes of our programs, I'm spoiled. She spoiled me because I get a full packet. But she'll call me up and remind me that, Greg, you still need another couple hours. And there's these seminars. Are you going to this one? This program's there, and so forth. Anyway, I really appreciate all you've done for me. She teaches each board member. She's the ones that breaks in the rookies. She really is. And she's just so valuable, and you're going to be missed so dearly. And the other thing I'll tell you is Jack Brown's a lucky guy. It's not every day you marry a woman that likes to fish. And I do work with Jack, and I'll call Jack up and I'll say, Jack, you go fishing last weekend? Yeah. Did you catch anything? Well, I caught a few, but Sonia got the big ones. And she's got her pictures on her camera. So anyway, God bless you and have a great retirement.
Nolan, would you like to speak?
I don't know what I could say that hasn't already been said, but a lot of the words that I wanted to share about you have already been said. But I will say this, Sonia. First of all, you got to know out there that I joke a lot, and I could be a little prankster and stuff like that. I remember the first couple of meetings, and I'd call and I said, Sonia, I need to talk to her. I've got a lot of questions. About some email she just sent or something like that. And as soon as, my cell phone starts going off, and he's like, Nolan, what is your problem? Like, what are you doing? It's like, come on, Doc, I'm just, And so after a while, she, it was a struggle to get her to take me seriously. No, I really do need to talk to the superintendent. Whenever she's like, okay, I said, okay, this is real. I was like, yes, Sonia. No, but we had just such a great relationship, her and I, and I kind of, even though she's not old enough to be my mother, I think she's been like the mother to the team of 8. You have to know this, and the 28 board members have been mentioned. It's always a team of 8, and I think all of us look at her in that way, like a mother figure. And she just keeps us all together, and just the respect, the caring, the poise, the professionalism, the grace, the dignity. In many ways, she's a huge part of the brand of this school district and this city. She really helps foster that incredible culture at the team of 8. Is because of her just her grace, it's just amazing. And look up to you so much. I really enjoyed all our times when we were joking and not joking and things like that. And but she really does keep us in line. It's like herding cats with this group up here, and especially with the superintendents. It really is a lot of work that goes into it. And so, I think, you have one, I have like 2 assistants that keep track. I don't know how she did it with, I don't know how she does it. I don't know how, Denise is probably going to be retiring tomorrow after. But, I just want to say, you've made it fun. You've made it just easy for us. And you've made us just feel like we're a part of a family. And it's just awesome to feel comforting every time. It's not, there's other calls you get, you're like, oh my God, now what do they want? And it's like, with the school district, every time the school district calls, it's like, let me get this. I got to, stop what I'm doing to get it, and not when I'm doing a colonoscopy. But anyway, but it's like you just love getting that call because you're going to get to talk to Sonia. It's going to be fun. And who knows, you may have to talk to the superintendent too, but that's neither here nor there. Most of the time I choose to hang up and say, we'll talk to them later. No, it's okay. But really, you've made it a lot of fun. You made it easy for us. We can't thank you enough. You're going to be missed so much, and we'll keep track of you, and we'll keep. I do want to take you out to dinner, and ask you a lot. I have a lot of questions. I really. This time I have a lot of questions, and but no, thank you. We love you, and we really appreciate the dedication and just the commitment that you have for this district, because you really, really deeply care about the team of 8 and about us getting it right. And us getting that governance piece right and the policies and procedures, so we can really make a huge impact for all of our community, for all of our, 3,000 employees and our 19,000 kids. You really do care about all of that. There's one thing about Sonia. She's not here for the clock, the chair, and the check. She's here because she has a deep commitment to this school district and a deep commitment to every student and to the work that we're doing. So we love you for that. Thank you for making it so easy for us, and we're going to miss you.
So Sonia, it's very difficult to encapsulate the feelings and the emotions and the appreciation and the fun of 25 years, quarter of a century. It has been the gift of a lifetime to be your friend and to have you be a part of us, of the HCISD family, has been an extraordinary moment in all of our lives. So we thank you for that, sweetheart. We thank you so much. That, as these incredible colleagues have said, we thank you for your grace. We thank you for your patience. We thank you for your absolute unfailing support of each one of us individually. We thank you for your quiet goodwill. We thank you for your confidence in each of us and in all of us together. We thank you for caring about our families. We thank you for sharing your family with us. I wanted to tell the football boys that there was a mommy and daddy in this room that had raised a University of Kentucky football player. So thank you. Thank you so much for the way you have led and the way you have helped and the way you've served. Thank you for your commitment to this district. And thank you for your commitment and your help to our 7 wonderful superintendents who have relied on you, sometimes exclusively. Sometimes you were the only one they could rely on, and sometimes you're the only one we could rely on. So thank you for all of that. You've really set a standard for us here, for our behavior, for our reaching to be the very, very best that we can become, for our reaching deep down into our souls and our spirits to try to emulate what you have set for us as a standard of the grace that we have all mentioned. And as Nolan said, when I thought about you recently and your wonderful new adventure about to come in life, I keep thinking of my mother. And there are very few people, Daddy used to say, very few sailors and no Marines at all, but there are very few people who have ever reminded me of my beloved mother. But the constancy of your goodwill and the absolute devotion to us, no matter what, the belief that we could do anything in the world, go to the moon and come back again. You have always made each of us individually and as a group feel that we were the most special people in the world. And again, we've had an example of that with our gentleman here, Vi, who is your favorite. But we're all your favorites. We know we're all she loved you, Greg. She loved you, and that key that you wanted, that parking place that you wanted. Oh my! We just want to say thank you, and we want you to know that we are not only grateful for the rest of our lives for having had you in our life, but we are excited that you and Jack are beginning this new adventure. We are thrilled for you to be able to be closer to those children that you love and the grandchildren whom you cherish. I'm so excited to hear about the next chapter in your life, the fishing, the being by the water, and I'm so thankful that what you have done for us is given us a lifelong friend. And we'll be there. We'll be there. So thank you very, very much. We would like to ask if you would like to share anything.
Oh my gosh. You all have made it so easy for me. I love all of you. You all are my heroes because you all go above and beyond the call of duty. And I know you all have very busy lives too. And I can always been able to count on y'all. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, yay. It's all good.
Sonia, you want to come around, Sonia?
What's that?
Sonia, where do you want me? Because you want to put that?
Yes. I'll take a picture with your phone. All right. Congratulations, you did it full time. Perfect, perfect. So you kind of straighten out here. There we go. All right, here we go. Ready, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, hold on. Get this phone right here. 1, 2. I got another phone. Hold on. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I need everyone to look this way for the selfie over here. This is the most important one. This is the most important one right here.
Ready, 1. So now we're not saying goodbye. Right? Now say hello. Next time, ready, 1, 2, and 3. Got it. Super.
Just put the two seats here. Okay, all right.
Yeah. That's the beginning.
Travis, Linda, Steve. Oh, okay. He's
Denise, don't worry, we're not going to let Art take that job. You got it securely here.
Okay. She said she's not going to set her clock for tomorrow morning.
No alarm.
Oh, yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful lady. So as we move to the next agenda item, I want to make one thing perfectly clear to our 2021 HCISD Teachers of the Year. We've heard just about enough of retirement, so don't be thinking that, don't be thinking that, you stars. You're our stars and are still rising stars. So at this time, I would like to bring that recognition to our Teachers of the Year. We are so extremely proud of each one of you. Wow, our buttons are popping. And so, Mr. Shane Strubhart, please.
Thank you, Madam President, trustees, Dr. Neola, administration, and audience. Yes, it is time to recognize some of the most patient people. And they have been waiting a while, along with the very supportive principals over here. So thank y'all for waiting. So here at HCISD are the finest teachers touching the lives of students each and every day. It gives us great honor to recognize our secondary Teachers of the Year tonight. The Teacher of the Year award is given to educators that continue to go above and beyond for our students and work towards preparing our students for global achievement. They also have to declare that they're not retiring if they want to qualify. So I'm just letting you put that out there. All right. So they're not retiring. Sir. The teachers we're going to recognize this evening have a great degree of responsibility as they represent and embody the beliefs and ideals of teachers from their campus and our district. They've been moving the needle forward at their campus, and next year, like their predecessors, they will participate in a common challenge that will help continue our district's transformation by moving the needle forward for all students. Madam President, Dr. Neola, will you please come forward to help us recognize our secondary Teachers of the Year? If there are already parents or grandparents here in the audience of the teacher, can y'all stand? I think we have some.
I think we do
Parents?
too, yeah.
Y'all did a fine job of raising these people. All right. I think, principals, if you're here, I want you to come up as well. Y'all have waited and supported your, so as I call your teacher, I want y'all to come up and join us in the photo. So we are going to begin with, from Coakley Middle School, Emmanuel Coronado. Hold on, let's get you guys in there, let's get the administrators in there as well. Holding up the photo here. Do you want me to take it? Does he have a picture? I'll take it.
You're off key.
What did you say? A cupcake? What else did you say?
Cupcake or Diet Coke.
Okay, from Gutierrez Middle School of Arts and Sciences, Stacy Hill. Oh, thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
From Memorial Middle School, Denise Guerrero. All right. Oh, that's right, Mr. Snavy is going to accept on her behalf. That's right. She's unable to make it this evening. Let's go ahead and clap for Mr. Snavy. Mr. Snavy was the first campus to reach 85% registration in the middle school, so he's really... He also sings, and he plays the guitar, just trying to fill the time in while he walks over you.
I just see your dad out there. How's he doing?
Aw,
He's enjoying retirement.
they're a team, they're a team.
He does.
The culture, so.
I know.
All right, congratulations, Mr. Snavy. All right, from STEM Square Preparatory Academy, Brittany Johnson.
She taught German.
All right. From Burnham Middle School World Languages Academy, Esther Pettis. From Dr. Connell Freshman Academy, Perla Trevino.
Congratulations.
From Harlingen High School, Andres Gonzalez. Ms. Bauer's getting her steps in for sure tonight. Oh, perfect, great. From Harlingen High School South, Monica Silva. From Early College High School, Francisco Ibarra. All right, yeah, come on down, you're the next contestant.
It wasn't Jose Garcia, was that Jose?
Gonna give him a run for his money. From Harlingen School of Health Professions, Charlene Rodriguez. All right. From Keys Academy, Melissa Jackman.
He's retiring too, that's gonna be a loss. Really? Yeah. He's been a real blessing, I think, to the district. You know, he was with the school forever, and he retired and came work for us. He was on the school board with us. Really? This COVID. Well, his wife's retired too.
From the Secondary Alternative Center, Erica Martinez. She was unable to join us this evening. Let's give her a round of applause. And lastly, our Secondary Teacher of the Year from Bella Middle School, Erica Uribe. Okay, at this time, I'd like all the trustees to come down and join us for a photo. Teachers of the Year, let's go ahead and move down. You're good, yeah. Yeah. You good? Here, guys. Okay,
Celtic guy. I gotta have it. The best of the best right here, right? The best of the best. Wait, hold on. There's a bunch of principals over there.
Principals, come on over here, principals. They want you in the selfie over here. Got some kneeling principals over here.
Don't worry about it. I'll worry about it. You guys How easy that is, guys. Come on. Ready? Everybody wave. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Now hold on. Are these the teachers of the year? Yes. And the principals of the teachers of the year? Yes. Be quiet. I want, on the count of 3, I want to hear you loud. Okay? Because this starts, after this, it gets serious at the board game. So we gotta have fun. Ready? 1, 2. What are you saying? HCIST. Count of 3. Count of 3. HCIST. Ready? 1, 2, 3. HCIST.
Yes, he's shared that before. He's right where he needs to be. He's right where he needs to be.
Maybe in the future, right?
Madam President?
Yes, sir. Dr. Reiniger, please.
So I wanted to just express my congratulations and my thanks to these incredible educators and tell just a quick story. This weekend I was talking with a parent of an HCISD student, a former HCISD student who at one point was in a school district very nearby and came to HCISD to finish their high school career. And as you might imagine, making a transition, different school district, different culture, everything. First day of school, pretty nervous. And one of the teachers at the high school that the student went to stepped out of the room, was seeing the students come through the halls, and said, "Hello, young lady, how are you today? I hope you have a great day." Right? Just called her out, made a difference. And she went home and talked about it. Like, wow, they actually cared. They said hello to me. They didn't know me. She never found out who that teacher was. But it made a difference, where that story is being told years later. So how much more of a blessing each and every one of you are in the students who see you every single day. Incredible that the life you have given students, the love of learning, the love of the athletics and the arts and the music and the everything. I mean, just your ability to pour into students, that's why you're recognized as Teachers of the Year. So thank you so much. And I will say, we just love that you move into these design teams and these special projects, and we can't wait to see what this group does. So tremendous year in the most incredible year. We know that you have changed lives, so thank you.
Yay.
Madam President?
Dr. Pettis,
Yeah,
please.
just to echo the beautiful remarks by Dr. Reiniger. I've said this many times, but teachers make all professions possible, and you truly do. You inspire folks, and sometimes you don't even, it could be something simple as a caring gesture, as was just mentioned by Belinda, but oftentimes it's just the love and the passion you bring every day and the engagement, and then caring for those kids even when they're having bad times, when they're not doing so well, or you can tell there's something wrong at home or that kind of thing. And so those moments just make a profound impact. And sometimes just, getting after kids and challenging them a little bit, like the teacher that challenged me, and it's the reason I'm a physician today, because, I didn't have my act together when I was in high school, and I didn't know what I wanted to do when I went to college, and he said, I'm not going to allow you to be irresponsible like this to your parents, and you're a smart kid, you're a talented young man. He's like, you have a bright future. And he pushed me and he challenged me, but he did it in a loving and a caring way. And it's because of that I'm a physician today. So in many ways, teachers are salesmen, right? Selling kids on themselves, right? And you do that so well, and you just really flip their switch and inspire them, and the rest, it just takes a life of its own. So thank you for doing what you do. I was just having a similar conversation with someone who was a former teacher here many years ago. Not that many, but about 5 or 6 years ago, and she deeply regrets leaving this district. And she was just telling me, the amazing things that she sees in our district. She's like, I can't tell you how impressed I am, and that everybody is that I talk to, with what Harlingen CISD is doing. And the commitment we have to create opportunities for children, and pathways and pipelines and specialty this and different things, and just opportunities for small learning communities, and just to create unlimited success for kids. And it's because of you, because all the magic happens in the classrooms where you're at. And so thank you for what you do. We love you, and we can't wait to see what you do on our famous and very, very impactful design committees, because they're pretty cool. So thank you for what you do now and what you're going to do in the future. We love you. Thanks.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. You probably know this, but we're on the school board for our students and for our teachers. And I just want to thank you, because I realized when I talked to several of you, I talked to Brittany, I talked to Erica, and you guys tell me your stories. You guys have shared with me your love for the kids, your love for this education that you do. And you are the cream of the crop, right? And you inspire not only our students, but you're inspiring other teachers who want to aspire to be like you. And so I appreciate the stories you've shared with me, and I want to remind you, because I know it's not easy. I mean, it can get very tough. But always remember your why, and allow that why to always drive you. Always be better and do better and continue to be successful, because everybody's watching you. I mentioned to our students earlier, you guys are role models to so many people. I mean, you got grandparents and parents here. They're so proud of you. You got us that are proud of you. And we want to see you succeed. We want to see you succeed not only with you, with yourselves, but with our students, because that's why we're here. So thank you for taking care of our kids. Thank you for making them see the impossible, like Dr. Pettis mentioned. Thank you for coaching them. Thank you for seeing within them the impossibilities, and then being able to transform them and take them to other places where they probably never would have been able to go if it hadn't been for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bobby. Thank you.
Madam President?
Yes, sir.
I'll echo everything my colleagues have said, but, I always think back, and we talk about this past year as being a unique year, and, everything from COVID to everything in between has impacted us in our personal lives, yet we still continue to march forward in doing what we love to do, and in your case is impacting and teaching our students. But I'll always remember a conversation I had back in February with a teacher, and it was during the freeze where everybody just about lost power. And they mentioned that they were, towards the end of the week when they were getting ready for the following week, they were still in the dark.
And they said, well, we have to figure out a way to still, they were reaching out to their students to see how they were doing, to see if they were ready to see if they had power. And they were doing this while they themselves were in the dark as well. And that left a lasting impression on me. That always just sticks here because that was very, representative of what you all mean to us. You're our frontline employees as teachers, having that direct impact and direct connection with our students, who we saw many of them get recognized today. And they're because of, they have because of educators and teachers and professionals and human beings like you all that have dedicated your lives to teaching our students. And to the principals, congratulations. Also because it takes good leadership to have them be able to, fulfill your passion as a teacher. So just, I can't thank you enough. I think back to that day in February when I had that conversation with that teacher, and it's, it was very impactful. And so I just want to say thank you again, on behalf of everybody.
Yes, sir, Mr. De Leon.
I echo everything that my respective colleagues said, and I'll be brief. And but like Eladio was saying, this COVID year has really been a challenge. But you all could have very easily powered down, but on the contrary, powered up. And you did it in a way where, like Bobby had said, people looked at you. Other teachers looked at what you were doing, and the attitude, the passion, the drive, the emotion, the everything that you did to make you be where you're at today. And so whether you know it or not, people are looking at you. You are inspiring individuals, and the teachers on your campuses are wanting to be the next, each and every single one of you next year. So, great job being in the classroom. Bless you, Mr. Cavazos. And congratulations, but more importantly, you're making a huge impact to individuals that you don't even realize that you're making an impact in your district. So thank you, and again, I echo what Eladio said is the principals, the team from the top, you're only as good as the people around you, and I know the administrators know that, and that's why HCSD is as good as it is because we know and value the people around us, and those are the rock stars, which is each and every single one of you. So congratulations, you deserve it, and thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Again, my eloquent board members have said just about all that can be said, but it can be repeated many times by many people, and it will be for the rest of your lives, certainly for the rest of your careers. And my colleagues have heard this story many times, but this is the time each year I like to retell the story, and I thank you for giving me that opportunity. As Nolan has said, that in so many of our lives, and so many of your lives, there was this teacher, right? There was this teacher. And my precious father lived to be almost 100 years old. And I want you teachers and you principals, please, to imagine someone who is 99 years old plus, lying in a bed, saying to me, Jerry, I look back on what I would like to do. And he said, I so wish I could find my third grade teacher in Canada, because she was wonderful to me. So there always is this teacher, and we do take that with us for as long as we live. We take that memory of who was this teacher in our lives. And so for so many of our children, you are that teacher. And we know you will be that teacher for as long as you are in the teaching career, and then for the rest of your lives as you inspire and support other teachers. So thank you. And as some of the board members have said, we cannot wait to see what you're going to come up with on the design committee on which you will serve. That has become not just an honor, but it has become foundationally important in the strategic planning of this district. So you are entering into a whole new arena of impactfulness for our school district. So we cannot wait. Much of the transformation that we have experienced and for which we are now well known across the state came from the Teachers of the Year design committees. So, wow, just get ready and start dreaming. So, thank you so much. Thank you. You mean the world to us. We do love you. Thank you. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to move on to the approval of the minutes. Please, my colleagues, we will look at agenda item number 3A.
Madam President, I want to point out, we have 2 hours and almost 2 hours and 40 minutes of celebration.
That's wonderful.
It's incredible.
It's
So thank you for that, and
Incredible.
it's incredible time in HSC.
It is
Thank you.
incredible.
Thank you all for being here tonight.
Thank you very much.
Good night.
And what we've been celebrating is extraordinary. Thank you. Thank you.
That's right.
All right.
Madam President?
Yes, sir.
I move approval of the May 11, 2021 regular board meeting minutes as presented.
Thank you. Second, is there any discussion? Not all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you very much. And now, regarding the June 1st, 2021 public hearing, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. President, Mr. President, I make a motion for approval of June 1st, 2021 public hearing as presented.
I second the motion.
Thank you so much. Forgive me, please, Denise. I'm trying to make a practice of repeating so that you can hear. Javier De Leon made that motion, and Bobby Muñiz seconded that motion. Thank you. Is there any discussion? If not, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. And C, that would be in regard to June the 1st, 2021 special board meeting, budget workshop. Pleasure of the board, please.
I move approval of the June 1st, 2021 special board meeting budget workshop.
Thank you, Belinda Reiniger.
Second.
Seconded by Bobby Muñiz. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Oh, and another favorite agenda item for us we will move into now, our principal's report. Melissa Amaraz. Lee means elementary, mentioned several times tonight. Welcome. Happy to have you. And your trustee colleagues.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam President, board members, Dr. Noyola, administration, HCISD community, and staff. I am Melissa Almaraz, and I'm humbled to serve as a principal at Lee H. Means Fine Arts Academy and also our Dual Language Academy. The journey that our students have taken, our students, staff, and community, has given us an opportunity to learn lifelong lessons and create extraordinary experiences. Allow me to take a moment to talk about how our staff has continued to grow our fine arts program for all students and still continue their academic success and their growth. We are currently in our 9th year as a Dual Language Academy and in our 3rd year as our Fine Arts Academy as well. Lee Means currently serves 758 students, with 66% of them face-to-face, 31% remote learners, and 2% hybrid. And we are still welcoming students in our building currently. Although this year definitely presented some challenges, our staff continue to embed fine arts strands to all of our students throughout the day and on Zoom. Of our student population, 69% is considered economically disadvantaged, 49% at risk, 20% English learners, 9% in special education, and 7% in our gifted and talented program. Infusing our fine arts strands with curriculum throughout the day in our after-school enrichment program has had a remarkable impact in our students as it promotes their positive development, especially during this pandemic. It has allowed them to grow academically, socially, and emotionally. It has continued to give them an opportunity to express their creativity, even virtually, through different pathways in music, art, dance, and theater. The arts teaches life skills, as we have seen this evening, inspires students, and allows our students to experience the world in a very unique way. We will now take a closer look at each strand and see how they have enriched our students throughout their everyday lives. Starting in the area of music, this year in our after-school program, we have added piano and guitar to foster the love of music and build their musical skills. Students were still able to participate in our annual Christmas virtual event around the world. And although it was quite the task, it brought together our students in a very unique way. We were taken away this year by the young talent of our kinder student, Ethan Hernandez, as he showcased his drumming skills virtually to his teacher and then to our ATISD community. And just last week, with the collaboration of one of our parents and a huge advocate of the arts, Mrs. Castillo, we brought forth musical performance from Vocal Trash Outreach. These talented performers were able to showcase their talents with everyday recyclable material and made beautiful music for all of our students to enjoy at ATISD. In the area of dance, our coaching staff and dance consultant work with students 3 days out of the week during physical education classes to explore the different forms of dance. In our enrichment program, they're able to select from folklorico, tap, ballet, and hip-hop, showing Mrs. Almaraz a couple of moves along the way. Students showcase their culminating dance routines through the year and have been featured in several projects across our district. In the area of art, with our art teacher, students participate in art classes during the day, learning concentration skills, different forms of art expression, art appreciation, foundational skills, critical skills, which allows them to enhance their communication, but also encourages them to focus and gives them discipline. We have seen the direct impact art has made in improving a student's self-esteem and their social skills. We have continued to feature student artwork through different platforms and gallery showcases. In the area of theater, through reading and social studies, teachers embed theater into their lesson plans and highlight student talent during our Fine Arts Fridays. Through enrichment, they can participate in Intro to Theater, Advanced Theater, and Speech, Drama, and Debate, as you heard from our young student, Marcus Monreal, earlier today. In previous years, we have seen the production of The Little Mermaid Jr., Frozen Jr., and we are extremely excited for the upcoming production of Disney's Peter Pan Jr. coming soon in January 2022. Don't miss it. Speech, Drama, and Debate. Our 3rd through 5th grade students competed nationally in middle and high school tournaments, which gave them the exposure and the early preparation to learn the different aspects of speech, drama, and debate. This is our 2nd year competing in this area. It has helped prepare them for the integration into middle school, and due to COVID, we've been able to compete virtually in out-of-state and national competitions across the United States. Our students are definitely leaving a mark everywhere they go. As we transformed into a specialty school, we have kept academics at the forefront. And students have done an amazing job considering their obstacles and their challenges. Part of their success is due to the dedication and the passion our teachers and staff have at our campus. This year, our library media specialists led our 5th grade students to their very first Battle of the Books win. Means also took first place in our UIL competition and were sweepstakes champions among our elementary campuses. Students have continued to excel academically. Let me share with you how. This here is a very good example of how our students and teachers have continued their academic success and their growth. What we're showing you here right now is Mrs. Zacilos' kindergarten class that have met 100% grade level expectations, because in this classroom, they're all where they need to be and ready to become first graders. As we see here, if you notice the tier movement chart, you're going to see that in October, they weren't quite there just yet. The red indicating that they're at a Tier 3, a little bit below grade level, and in yellow, Tier 2, again, not there yet. When we see here, the way this growth was accomplished in this classroom was through targeted interventions using iStation monthly reports to track student growth. Additionally, in our Focus with our Night House Reading program, they have recorded their seesaw lessons, ensuring that their program was sought out with fidelity. Teachers have communicated consistently with our parents, and having these recorded lessons gives them immediate feedback and making sure that throughout this school year, all learners were coming together to understand the learning objective for the year, their yearly goals, and the expectations. In speaking with Mrs. Zasilos, her feedback is specifically the communication, not just with their parents, but talking to kids, getting to know their interest, following up on their likes and their dislikes has had a direct impact in her classroom. So now we're looking at a third grade Lexile report here. Our Lexile levels, as you can see, are measuring the students' reading ability. They have increased steadily over the months. How they've accomplished this is by tracking student data monthly and utilizing their data to support our students in small group targeted intervention groups. It is through their use of interactive journals, technology resources, parent communications, and our teachers working together with our students by setting monthly attainable goals that they've been able to show growth with their Lexile scores. Meeting with parents was a lot easier this year. That constant communication was vital in their success, and we continue to grow knowing what we know now and how to tackle our challenges for the following school year. We are extremely proud of all of our students and staff, and these are just a few examples of how our students continue to lead, succeed today and beyond. At this time, I would like to share a video highlighting our students and our staff.
Once upon a time, there was a dear little girl who was loved by everyone who looked at her, but most of all by her grandmother. Once, she gave her a little riding hood, a red velvet, which suited her so well that she would never wear anything else, so she was always called Little Red Riding Hood. Who remembers that nasty bad wolf? He gives...
I've seen the arts benefit our school tremendously by giving kids a different outlet here. Kids that normally wouldn't participate in things because they don't consider themselves sporty or smart enough for academic, different clubs. Here they're prospering because they're trying new things and stepping out of their box and finding a safe zone in the arts, whether it be through dancing, music, singing, playing an instrument, participating in speech, drama, debate. It's really giving the kids something to look forward to and something different that they can look at themselves doing. I teach physical education, and through physical education, we incorporate the dance program or the dance movement of the arts. We did it before because it is in our TEKS and in our curriculum, but now more so, we incorporate it at least once a week. And at first, where kids would fight us and be like, oh, I hate dancing because, I'm one of them. I'm in the safe 2 zone move, and we give them that confidence to know it's okay to express yourself through dance or any other way that you feel you can.
So, some differences that I've noticed here in my classroom that don't happen or that I don't see in a campus that is not as focused in the fine arts. They're more motivated to do their work. They're excited to come to school. They look forward to extracurricular activities. And I think that's very important for the whole child.
My son, Marcus, has been here at Lee Means for 2 years now. So he moved over to Means in 2nd grade and he's now in the 4th grade. He was really interested in all that the district was already offering in the way of the arts, and that move he knew would allow him some additional opportunities to be able to harness that creativity and be able to take advantage of different opportunities that the school and the district were going to be offering for speech, drama, debate, and theater. So I would definitely would say it's made him more confident. I definitely would say that it has made him more open to new ideas and adventures and willingness to try new things.
Some of the activities I do here are folklorico and mainly hip hop. They're very cool, and also they give me a lot of opportunities to go into things and have it all. That opens up my future really much. I like that too, because I have a lot of more opportunities to have a great future and do a lot in my life.
I've been here for 2 years. I moved here in 2nd grade, and it was amazing because that year I had done summer on stage. And after that, I had loved coming to the arts, and I was finally learning everything that they were doing, and it was amazing. The first few plays I signed up for immediately. I love doing music here, and I love doing art and PE because art, you get to make stuff. PE, I like when you do the videos and when you do stretches.
The hopes that the arts are going to grow tremendously here, that we're able to fully align ourselves with our sister school, GMS, Arts and Sciences, which also leads into the conservatory. I see us becoming like a little fame school here. People are going to know about the H Means because we're going to be the premier art school in the Valley.
Madam President, at this time, that concludes our presentation. I will gladly entertain any questions or comments.
Oh, shucks, we were enjoying it. Enjoying it. That was great. Oh, it was absolutely fabulous. Board members, would someone like that? You have a question or comment?
Madam President?
Yes, sir.
I don't have so much a question, just, Lee Means holds a special place in my heart because my nephew is a student there, and my niece is going to come in as a pre-kinder student, and they love it. My family loves the school, and thank you all for everything you do. But I think Coach Luna spoke to something in the video where she says that the students are giving opportunities to do something else, something that they probably wouldn't have tried before. And they're doing that. We see that in the plays, and the productions that they put on, and every opportunity that they have. And as they progress and as they learn, as they become better at it, they gain this confidence that translates into every other part of their lives, academics and everywhere. So I want to thank you all for the work you're doing there at Lee Means, and I look forward to Peter Pan Jr.
That's right, so do we. Thank you, Mr. Haynes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Dr. Pettis?
Yeah, well, just a brief comment. This district, it takes pride that we're about the holistic education of children. And so much of what y'all spoke about in the video, it speaks to that, just letting kids be themselves and letting kids explore, take risks, develop their right brain, like the creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, communication. It's just, it's amazing what you guys are doing there. You are the pipeline for the future one-act play state champions and the future speech, drama, debate, and track stars and everything, because really you are getting it right. It's not, and yes, they're having fun and they're being silly and they're being, but there's a lot of learning going on, and they're getting really inspired learners, lifelong learners. They're loving to read, and that's what it's about. I can't imagine what these kids are going to be like, when they're in high school. That's what I love about the school district, is that we really, really focus on the foundation, on that early childhood, literacy and early childhood education, and getting that right. And once you do, you just gotta get out of their way, and they'll take you for a ride, and they'll just go to new heights. And so I'm really excited to see what and I know you'll be tracking your students with pride in the future. So thanks for what you do. You get us excited about it, and It's just amazing to see you guys grow so much, and you know, now, you know, GMS, they got it made. They get these kids, they're already, they're ready to go. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, so it's, you make it easy for them in many respects. So, thank you. Appreciate the presentation tonight, and yeah, we could have seen that video for another half an hour.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, yes.
If I may, real quickly.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations, and I think that congratulations go, from my point of view, to you for the transition you've made. You know, you've done a fantastic job of transitioning in the last year and a half. You make it look like you've been there the whole time.
Thank you.
And I realize that you had a wonderful predecessor, but she did a fantastic job as well. But congratulations, not many people can do what you're doing, so good job, number one. Number two, great presentation, it was fantastic. And I also want to recognize Sandra, because, you know, I see Sandra everywhere. So,
Yes.
you know, she's so passionate. She's so passionate, and I see it because she's always involved, and she's always there with the kids, and she's always pushing herself, and she's pushing the kids. And it's awesome to see her, not only in the video, but I mean, I see her on Facebook, I see her out and about, you know, and so I want to recognize that. And thank you, Sandra, for being an amazing teacher, an amazing person that, again, our students are looking up to and learning from. Thank you very much. And I think Christian stole the show. Christian was awesome, man. You know, if it wasn't 10 o'clock right now, I wish you, or 9:30, I wish we could bring him in, right? Yeah.
Is he really a student, or is he a paid actor? You can tell us,
We had to cut him off at one point.
Congratulations, good job. Thank you, staff,
I
thank you.
appreciate it.
It was fabulous. May I ask a couple, excuse me, did you have anyone more to say?
Well, I wanted to
Please.
just make
Please.
one comment or request. But first, congratulations, because it was just amazing. Just that, you know, when we have leaders and teams getting it right, we want that to be replicated and grown everywhere we can. And so please think big and ask for more and let us know what's missing, because you've got the formula and you see kids coming out on fire. And so, you know, use that platform to expand what you're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
let it
Dr.
help us,
Reiner.
you are going to help us do that more. So, thank you.
Dr. Noyola?
Thank you, Mrs. Fleury. So first, let me just, I'll do the same thing as Dr. Muniz. Melissa, I just have to congratulate you. I think sometimes we forget that this year was your interim year, and it was your interim year during COVID. But you came into this position and you led, not as an interim, but you led as a principal. And your campus, not only did you maintain, but in spite of COVID, you made your campus flourish. And so I thank you for that on behalf of the kiddos at your campus. You know, their participation, the things that happened this year, in spite of COVID, it allowed them to be kids. And that, in this crazy year, was the best thing for our kiddos. But in the big picture, and I see it in our speech, drama, and debate kids, the confidence that they develop from participating, their communication skills, all that they gain is going to last them a lifetime, way beyond elementary, beyond middle school, beyond high school. And it's you and your staff that make those opportunities possible for children. So I just thank you so much for all the work that you and your staff do day in and day out for our kiddos. Congratulations, that was amazing.
Thank you, Dr. Noyola, and you're right, it takes a great team. I do have our assistant principal here, Ms. Kimberly Hicks, along with our instructional coach, Ms. Jessica Araiza, and of course our enrichment coordinator, Sandra Luna, who do a phenomenal job and are pivotal in making sure our campus is successful. Thank you.
Well, I think again on Lee means, I keep thinking of Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come. When we began, I don't think there was any one of us, even within our most optimistic moments, that could possibly have imagined the level of success you're achieving at such an early time. I mean, it is really extraordinary. It's extraordinary. And I think as much as anything else we have done in this district in the last decade, Lee Means gives us hope and confidence to keep building and to keep trying because it's working so extraordinarily well. I mean, and there's an excitement. I love the phrase that Dr. Reiniger said, on fire. I mean, everyone at Lee Means is on fire. And the children, it is just it's truly an extraordinary opportunity to attend that school. And, I was just thinking as you were presenting that all the dreams of all the years that so many of my colleagues have expressed, they all seem to be wrapped up in what's happening at Lee Means. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you
so
to
much.
all of you, and please take our appreciation back to all of your staff.
We sure will. Thank you so
That
much.
was
I
really
appreciate it.
just special.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Madam
Okay.
President, I was just going to
I'm
say.
sorry, Javier.
Well, I was just going to say that with, we kept saying Lee Means, and I'm sure you can echo that Lee Means, the actual Lee Means would be super proud, don't you think?
Oh, I hope
There
so.
would be no holding her down in her pride.
She would be, so we say the word Lee Means of the campus,
thank you.
but the true Lee Means would be super proud if she was up here, and she was one of our board members, and I had the privilege of sitting with her. And I know she would be super proud and talking for about an hour about the great things that you all were doing.
Fantastic. We hope we're making
She
her
may
proud.
be guiding us from heaven, because I tell you what, she would certainly, he's right, she would have been all in like the tar baby, and the hands and the feet and the whole 9 yards, she would have been there. Thank you very much.
Thank you to each and every one of
Thank you,
you
so it
for
was
your time.
extraordinary.
Have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Oh,
God bless.
We
Thank you.
look forward to your performances. Thank you. All right, do we have any public comments, Ms. Leffner, for agenda topics?
There are no requests for public comments for agenda topics.
Thank you very much. What about public audience for non-agenda topics?
There are no requests for a public audience for non-agenda topics.
Thank you very much. We move to agenda item number 7, the approval of the consent calendar. What is the approval of the board?
I move approval of the consent calendar.
Thank you, Dr. Reiniger.
Second motion.
And second, it was seconded by
No.
Dr. Davis. Thank you very much. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, agenda item number 8, matters relating to transformation and school support. So the Transforming Teaching and Learning Committee report will be presented by Dr. Alicia Noyola.
Thank you, Madam President, board members, senior administration, and audience. Our report today on Transforming Teaching and Learning Committee was based on our meeting from June 1st. At that meeting, we had 2 topics related to our curriculum and instruction programming. In particular, the first topic was presented by Dr. Joseph Villarreal, focusing on the Transition Academy and the instructional programming that is being developed for that program. In particular, the Transition Academy focuses on our students 19 and older, but our Transition Academy will actually impact our students all the way from 9th grade to the point that they exit our school system. So as part of his presentation, he shared 2 documents, one that looked at what the 4-year programming would look like for our students in 9th grade, and then also what the programming would look like for our students 19 years and older. And so our 9th graders can, or I should say our 19-year-olds and older may go as far as the age of 22. And so they spent some time speaking about the different coursework and what a day could look like for a student that is attending the Transition Academy. And so we're really excited. We will actually open up the doors to our Transition Academy this summer, where we will be bringing some of our extended year students into the academy and really working on learning employability skills and what that will look like. And so super excited at what the future holds for this facility and for our students as we transform their learning. from what they used to have at a campus level to an actual home where they really can apply the various skills that they're developing for independent living. Kudos to all the folks that have contributed to putting this programming together for our students. The second presentation also looked at instructional programming, but in particular for our UT RGV Harlingen Collegiate High. We looked at the 4 pathways that will guide the work at this campus. In particular, we looked at what the 4-year programming will look like for our students, focusing on the 4 learning pathways, looking at the Common Core. And so for those students who did not choose one of the other 3 pathways, the Common Core would be their focus. But we also talked about 3 other pathways, the education pathway and what the coursework would look like for a student pursuing that particular pathway, our pre-engineering as well as our computer science. And so kudos to Mrs. Veronica Corton, our Administrator for Organizational Development, who's been leading that work in partnership with UT RGV. We also had a discussion about the partnership with our professors in particular and making sure that there is alignment between the work of our school system as well as the partnership with our professors at UT RGV. And then bringing in the work of Apple to our school system and ensuring that our technology and the learning is aligned both at the college level and at the campus level. A lot of work to come, but a lot of exciting work, and so just can't wait to see what the future for our students that are going through our UT RGV Harlingen Collegiate High will look like over the next few years. Dr. Reiniger chairs our Transforming Teaching and Learning Committee, and so I'll turn it over to her for any additional thoughts.
Thank you, Dr. Neola. Wonderful summary and an amazing Transforming Teaching and Learning Committee meeting. I think the main point I wanted to make about this, and as we heard about everything that's happening with the Transition Academy, and we hear everything that's happening with the UTRGV Collegiate High, and we've seen in the Facilities Committee, the buildings and the just, every attention to detail in the facilities. What we heard in this meeting was the attention to detail in the curriculum content, in how these buildings will now come to life and do what they were designed to do, which is to enhance learning and build programming that attracts students and engages them in meaningful ways. And there's no doubt that we see how this is going to change students' lives and make in every level, whether it was the Transition Academy or the Collegiate High, it's bringing content to life so that it impacts the student beyond just rote memory. It will change the way they go forward. And so overall, just amazing job, great presentations, and the work is never without attention to detail in HCISD. Thank you.
Madam President, if
certainly,
I could just add to the excellent comments by Dr. Reiniger, just, for me, what's exciting about that committee meeting in particular with the 2 topics is just that both those projects are the epitome of a collective impact work. If you think about it, the amount of people involved to make these two institutions, or these 2 schools, these 2 what would you call them, programs, or small learning communities, to make that happen is just incredible. From the community to other stakeholders, it's just amazing on the Transition Academy, and to see how that's going to impact the lives of these young men and women. It's going to be incredible to watch. But it's all about collective impact. It's not just the school district. It's so much of the stakeholders and the employers and industry, et cetera. And then on Harlingen Collegiate High, I mean, what an incredible opportunity. And I know y'all will find a way to wrap in SpaceX and Starbase in a huge way. Hopefully Holdsworth Center in some way, shape, or form, in addition to all the other amazing opportunities that you spoke of, Dr. Neola, but just really exciting to see that we're creating now a pipeline of teachers and engineers and all kinds of other professionals at this new UTRGV campus in Harlingen. So history in the making, and so congratulations to all your team for doing this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving to the next agenda item, matters relating to curriculum instruction presented by Dr. Joseph Villarreal. That's pretty neat to say Dr. Joseph Villarreal.
Good evening once again, Madam President, Dr. Noyola, and board members. I'm here standing before you to we're seeking consideration and approval of the Artist in Residency program. This is entering our third year of that program, where we bring in professional development services through the Perfect Performance company that is run by Mr. Damon Wilson, and so we're seeking approval of that Artist in Residency program.
Madam President, I
Yes.
move approval as presented.
Second?
Any discussion?
Well, we just want to say thank you for bringing this back and for the opportunity to continue to work with him in particular, but it's just been, it's been a huge, it's just been huge, I think, for the programming at all the comprehensive high schools and for the whole district. It's been huge, and so it's just taking us to another level, so thank you for doing that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I believe it has indeed been huge. All those in favor indicate so by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Is there any opposition? Thank you very much. Ms. Lefner, did you get the person who made the motion and the second?
Mr. Hymas?
Did she say yes?
Yes.
Thank you so much. So, Dr. Villarreal, look what I keep up here. So this is from the Summer Academy.
Oh, nice.
Some of our people that come in. Isn't that neat? Super
Nice.
cool. So we are reminded up here please tell them that we have pictures of them up here at our board meetings. Thank you so much. All right, and now we move to matters relating to business services, and I'd like to call first on Nellie Ledesma, our internal auditor, for an internal audit quarterly report.
She's much faster than Joseph.
That's fun. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Noyola, Senior Administration and Audience. The Policy Audit Committee and I met earlier today and heard the following 5 audit reports. An audit of UIL Student Activities Department, athletic ticket sales and gate receipts, audit of Kronos time adjustments, audit of workers' compensation, audit of bank reconciliations, and a special activity fund audit for Jefferson Elementary. These reports were discussed in detail with the audit committee and other board members present, and I am here to answer any questions that you may have, unless our committee chair would like to elaborate on what we discussed.
Thank you. Well, several of you were here for the meeting, and it was, as always, very thorough and always very well presented, and we thank you very much. And you know, I think it means so much to us, Ms. Desma, to be able to have the confidence that we can have, because, you know, you calmly and quietly, but very intentionally move through this district, you know, like an undercurrent, a very fine undercurrent and a strong undercurrent, keeping us on the straight and narrow. And so her report showed great positivity in terms of what you're investigating, and we appreciate that, and we appreciate your demeanor in doing so. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I noticed that there's a item further down in the agenda in a few minutes in terms of a motion. Thank you, Nellie. We appreciate that, and we need you, so thank you.
Thank you, Nellie.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, Nellie.
At this time, agenda item B, under number 10, is consideration and approval of the board resolution to extend the bank depository contract. Number B, let's see, BNKD 0415 for 2021-2022, as authorized under the Texas Education Code, Chapter 15, Subchapter G. Mr. Julio Cavazos will explain all of that.
Madam President, it was 2123.
I'm sorry, 2123, yes, 2123, yes, thank you for the correction, Mr. DeLeon.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Ms. Flourier, Dr. Noyola, board members. Agenda item 10B is consideration and approval to extend our depository contract. We're recommending to extend the contract with Frost Bank for an additional 2 years at the same terms. This is the final year that we can extend this contract under TA, code. We'll have to bid it out within the next 2 years. We'll recommend approval. Glad to answer any questions the board might have.
Madam President, I make a motion for approval for the residents to extend the bank depository contract BNKD 0415 for the 2021-2023 as authorized under Texas Education Code, Chapter 45, Subchapter G, as recommended by administration.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. De Leon, for making the motion. It's seconded by Dr. Reiniger. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you, motion carries. Item C, consideration and approval of recommended revisions to policy DFAB local on first reading, please note. And that will be handled for us by Mr. Julio Cavazos.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Flourier, Dr. Neola, board members. So agenda item 10C is, recommendation of board policy DEB local to change our official work week from a Friday to a Thursday, which is our current work week. It ends on a Thursday, to a more traditional Saturday through Friday. So the work week would end on a Friday. This is more in line with what the standard work week is in different companies. This will facilitate our employees in that the end of the work week is going to be on a Friday instead of on a Thursday. So it's a lot better for them. We should be able to process payroll within the time allotted, even though we have one less work day. We did discuss this at the policy committee meeting. Ms. Fleury, if you chair the committee, if you'd like to add anything else, we're certainly recommending approval.
Thank you. I think you presented it thoroughly, Mr. Cavazos. What is the pleasure of the board?
Madam President, move approval of revisions to policy DEAB local on first reading as presented.
Thank you, Dr. Pettis. Is there a second?
Second the motion.
Thank you, Dr. Muniz, seconding. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Agenda item number 11, matters relating to district operations. I'd like to call, please, on Mr. Oscar Tapia for our Facilities Committee report.
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Neola. On June 1st, we held a Facilities Committee meeting, gave an update on the Vernon Middle School Choir Band Hall fire damage building, talked about the asbestos abatement phase 1 and 2 that have been completed. They're starting to build back in the building. Engineering assessment did find some electrical items that need to be upgraded, especially the grounding and all the circuitry that has been missing from the original construction, and we want to bring that up to code. Also talked about some water leaks that we found on the roof and the side panels. That's going to require some additional sidewall panels that we're working with the architect that's helping us guide this project. Talked about pricing on the millwork that we approved, and also the interior panels that are going to require upgrading and replacing, that they were damaged beyond being able to be repaired. So moved on to the TRE projects. Treasure Hills Phase 2, we talked about, they were about 80% complete. They're starting a lot of the interior work. The parking lot also, they moved the job shack out of the way because there's about a third of the parking lot they need to finish. Talk about the interior finish work, HVAC ducting, electrical work. They're starting to do a lot of the interior finish work as well. So we're on target to complete part of it by the last week of July and part of it in mid to late August. So we've got a plan working out with the principal on how to transition that as the school year starts. The school entry vestibules are about 65% complete. Wilson, Rodriguez, and Dishman all have the demolition was done, the new frames were put in, the new glass and glazing has been put in, the door hardware. The early college campus is about 75% complete. I was there today, actually. They're just really putting a lot of sheetrock painting work, hanging the ceiling grid, the lighting fixtures, and it's just they're really starting to work on the interior quite a bit. The masonry on the outside's done, the roofing's done, and a lot of the metal panels are going up as well. So they're making a lot of progress on the exterior. And we had a tour today with Dr. Pam Flores and her staff to see the facility, which areas are going to be their rooms, and they were all excited about the new construction. And I can't wait to move in. Gutierrez Fine Arts School, we're about 75% complete with the structure outside is done. The water connection's done, the bench, built-in bench and teacher station. The metal coping up in the front has been painted, and they're putting up the chiller screens that have already come in. And then I talked about a change order for Vernon, the Vernon project and the UTRGV early college project that we have here in the next item. And then Julio Cavazos finished the meeting with a financial report on the construction progress. And then meeting was adjourned at about 4:30. So I'll turn it over to Greg Powers. Is he here? He stepped out. For any, or any questions the board may have.
Any questions? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tapia. That also was very thorough, I think. Thank you. Agenda item number 12 is approval of the school board standing committee members for 2021-2022 school year.
I think we have another item.
I'm sorry?
11B, I think we have to do a change order.
approval.
There's a action required on that one.
Oh, I checked it, and I shouldn't have checked that already. Thank you so much. Yes, we do need a motion in regard to 11B. Thank you so much, board members. Approval of contingency betterment fund change order number 2 for the UTRGB Early College High School project, and that's Mr. Oscar Tapia.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Noyola. As I just mentioned, we did have a change order that I presented at the Facilities Committee meeting with D. Wilson Construction on the Early College High School. There was some changes that we made in the scope of work, design changes, and it's in the amount of $97,478. It was for upgrading the air conditioning system in the elevator machine room that had to be enhanced, reducting some ductwork at the entry that needs to be rerouted and furred out to change the entry, some sound system software upgrades, and additional data drops were approved, some lighting revisions in the library area over the circulation desk that needed to be revised, some additional raceways to the entry and the vestibule for the LGI, so we can have some, the cable tray was exposed in one area and we had to reroute it through a chase wall and up through the large lecture room, and some additional electrical changes to the engineering lab. There was some equipment that we bought that didn't quite match the electrical requirements, so we had to change it to make sure we can plug in the equipment that's been ordered properly. So all that totaled $97,478, and after approval of this change order, we'll still have $284,000 left in contingency funds. So we recommend approval.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion for approval of the contingency betterment fund change order number 2 as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Muniz, for the motion, and thank you, Mr. De Leon, for the second. Are there any questions or discussion? All right, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Sorry to shortchange you for a moment there, Oscar. That was unintentional. Agenda item number 12, approval of school board standing committee members for the 2021-2022 school year. And does each of you have a copy of that in? Okay, it's in this, so we need to pass this out.
No, they each have it.
They each have
Is it
one.
in the
Okay,
folder?
thank you. Okay, you each have one. We will be discussing the standing committee structure, the new framework, in a very short while, but I just would like for you to know that a great deal of intention has been applied to that to create a framework that will provide all board members meaningful involvement on committees and chairing committees in a structured way, and will, ensure some additional, hopefully, training for all of us and experience. So we will be working on all of that later, but it is in fact in its final form for you right now. And we need to have a motion to approve, please.
Madam President,
or otherwise.
I'd like to make a motion for approval of the school board standing committee members as presented.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Muniz. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Reiniger. Is there any discussion?
Just a question. I noticed that, is that a typo, or is that intentional, that the board president is a committee member as well?
That's an intentional change, and that's part of what will be explained, Dr. Pettis. it continues with the continuity. This is all based on the movement from year to year to year, and allowing, one of the things that this allows in this framework is for the previous chair to stay on the committee for the following year as well, to provide some consistency there.
I think it's, I haven't seen this structure used elsewhere. I mean, any board member can go to any committee meeting. I'm just trying to think through this, because the board president is the presiding officer of the board, and the committees report to the board. So, I mean, I suppose by definition, the board president is an ex officio member of every committee.
Of every committee,
But I don't know that making a board president a committee member makes any sense from a governance standpoint. I mean, I don't know it creates any legal problems. It doesn't, but I haven't seen this done elsewhere. I'm just wondering if.
No, it's a new idea. It was a suggested new idea to do it that way. And I think the intent is that hopefully board presidents will always realize that they are ex officio for all committees, but it was felt that it's really important on that one because there's so much current change and current, activity going on, that I think, Nolan, the intent is simply to remind each board president that that is a very important committee to be attending, and we can certainly delete that if you would rather do that. We just want to be certain that the board president does, in fact, act as an ex officio member on all committees particularly.
Well, I mean, I suppose, I mean, I just worry that it because all the committees are important, right? And I don't know, I don't know, anyway, I'm not saying that it's an issue or problem. It's just unprecedented, and I don't know that because the board president is the board president, is the presiding officer of the board, of the entire board, and typically, by definition, you're not official committee members because the committees report to the board of which you preside over, that kind of thing.
Correct.
And so the recommendations come to the board, and then that's where all the action is anyway. The committees are for discussion of items, and then they may result in future action items at board meetings, as you know, but typically we don't. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe we can discuss this later on, or maybe we can. I'm fine leaving it as is. I just wanted to get that on the record that it is from a governance standpoint, it is a little irregular.
It is the first time it's been done, correct?
Yeah.
And when we have the discussion, you will note, I don't know, I'm not looking at the papers that you have, but we have, I think, 5 explanatory statements as to how and why the structure was put together the way that it is. Are they on that one, or are they not?
No.
So what, the only reason we have not discussed it prior is because we actually have a meeting intended with the board attorney to determine the best way to have that discussion. And because our intent is that, our hope is that that the structure, the framework of the structure that we have created will become adopted into the board operating procedures book, and that's the only thing we need to check with the attorney on. That's the reason I hadn't called you all in advance about the structure. But we certainly do intend to have that discussion. Would you like to pull that for this motion, and then we can later address it?
I think so, only because, as an example, right, as a potential problem it could create, is, and not for this board, but future boards, right? Not for this board. But if there's a discussion that happens at a committee, a future board, not one of these is 7 individuals, but a future board president, by very nature of being on a committee now as a member, could really guide an item in a certain direction because of their position as presiding officer of the board. And then you've just really given undue influence to one board member when it really shouldn't be that way. It should be the committees, and everybody can participate, speak up, even the presiding officer of those committees, absolutely. But the committees are really kind of where a lot of the nitty-gritty of the work gets done, and then you make recommendations, and then it goes to the regular board for consideration and for action and that kind of stuff. I just think that we may somehow be creating an issue down the road for a future board. So I guess, to your point, I think we probably should just, get legal counsel to weigh in and to see what their thought is of having a presiding officer serve as a voting member of a committee.
Why don't we pull or consider pulling that for now, and then that'll be part of the discussion we have with the board attorney, and the board can, when they see the entire manner in which the framework was created, can make a decision about that.
And I think, as you and I have spoken, many of us have spoke, I mean, I think the committees function better when all board members are present, right, and participating. That's not always possible, and I'm certainly guilty of sometimes not being able to attend some of these committee meetings. But certainly the more folks that participate, the better. Obviously, it takes us, it just really, really helps guide the work of the district and that kind of stuff. So I'm not, again, I think that the intentions are great, and I just wonder the precedent that it sets and the possible future problems it could create if there's a situation where a president should, guide a discussion in a certain way because of the power of that presiding officer.
Let me weigh in on that, if I may, Madam President. So the reason you had member board president under transforming is because you happen to be the chair the year prior. But if you were on benefits or policy or facilities, you would have wanted to put the member board president under that particular one? Was that the logic?
I think that was part of the logic, actually. I think that, but it actually is what presented it. Yes, you've hit the nail on the head.
So it's not necessarily the transforming that you're wanting it under, it's you happen to just be the chair of that.
Well, in noticing that was the way the structure has been created, it occurred to us that perhaps would be a valuable help to the committee and a reminder to the president that we really, the past president, that we really would hope that the past president would continue to be there to provide the guidance and just the experience and have just the extra knowledge of having been board president. But as I say, there is a statement that goes along with this but when we talk about it, that affirms what Nolan was just saying, which is, of course, that the board president is the ex officio member of all committees.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Dr. Pettis that, I mean, I think you are the board president and you can sit in any one of the four committees.
Absolutely.
So I don't know necessarily. I don't necessarily think that you need to have your name as one of the members of that.
I think that's
one way we could correct that, or one way we could accomplish both.
Put your name in all four.
Well, but recognizing that a past president may not have time to go to all four, if there was some thought that again, I don't know the conversation that led to this, and maybe we can talk later in the executive session. I guess maybe it'll come up in a different capacity. But if Dr. Noyola felt strongly that hey, I kind of need that chair still participating the next year, even if they're past president on that one committee, the way to solve that would just be simply to leave it like that, board president, but put comma, ex officio. Then there's no issues whatsoever in terms from a governance standpoint, and then you'd be fine. But you're then sending a message that, hey, on this committee, I kind of need you to be there even the year after you're president.
I think that was absolutely
the year. I mean, in other words, I need you to be there because you were chair of it last year, and I need you to be there again as your board president, because it's kind of that kind of stuff.
It is absolutely the intent, and as Javier pointed out, it's a natural thing.
And I'm fine, and I'm also fine to his suggestion. I'm also fine if you want to do that for all four. Board member, ex officio, board president, ex officio, board president.
Well, as I say, that statement is there on the form that would be the one that goes into the board operating procedures. That part is already there. So anyway, what is the pleasure of the board? Do we have a motion or not? Yes, we did.
Do we want to discuss this further? We're going to shove this? Pull it?
Why don't we, if you don't mind the suggestion, so that way we don't have to come back and vote on another meeting, why don't we just leave it as is, except add ex officio where it says board president, on that deal. And then, if there's a strong feeling down the road after we engage with legal and things like that, and we want to change it and make it an official committee member, but it seems like that's going to be, in my opinion, it may be a long shot because it's not really done, and.
No, it's a new concept. Well, the whole framework, the intentionality of the framework is new. The whole thing is new.
I agree, yeah.
Yeah, the whole thing is new.
The fact that a superintendent discusses new novel concepts at the very beginning of their, of the evolution of the idea with a board of, the governing board is pretty novel in and of itself, right? And it shows the trust that the district has, with us, that we're going to just take the work to higher levels and help support and weigh in where we can, but not get in the weeds sort of thing, right? I mean, there's not a lot of superintendents that would take some of these concepts to a board unless they're ready for us to vote on it. And I can assure you of that.
We're very fortunate to have a superintendent who cares about,
So
this
I
sort of
think the
thing.
trust is there that we're not going to get into the weeds. We're just going to help, and we're going to help guide the work, and we're going to, hopefully some of our ideas stick. Probably not, but that's okay. Well, we try to help support the work and help guide the work, and definitely help empower the work that happens. And so I think it is important. But so I would suggest modifying to just put ex officio after board president, and then I think we'd be fine.
That's fine. Do we have a motion yet or not?
So I'll make, or can you modify?
Yeah, I made the motion.
That's what I thought, Bobby, we did.
I'd like to make approval as presented for the approval of school board standing committee members for the 2021-2022 school year, as presented with wording of ex officio added.
At the board president.
After board president.
Actually, we should, I guess, amend the motion, all of that.
For the Transforming Teaching and Learning Committee.
Yeah.
Right. So,
Make it specific for that.
so you are changing your motion, and the person who seconded the motion was? Dr. Reiniger. Dr. Reiniger, I believe.
It was me. Second.
Yes, are you seconding?
With the amendment,
with the
yes.
change. Okay, that's just fine. Okay, is there any further discussion? Eladia?
No.
That's fine. Okay, that's fine, thank you. Okay, then we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposition? Motion carries. Okay, thank you very much. And now we move on to the approval of campus assignments for board members for the 2021-2022 school year. Is that also in there? That's also in your...
Madam President, make a motion for approval of the campus assignments for board members for the 2021-2022 school year as presented.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? These campus assignments also were created with intentionality going back to the year 2012 and looking at everyone's service and trying to be sure that everyone has an opportunity to move to campuses that perhaps they have not been to before or have not been to most recently.
Madam President, I just want to add that you've put a lot of time and effort in both items, which was the approval of the school board standing committee and the approval of campus assignments. I know you've reached out to each and every single one of us, and I know you put a lot of your due diligence and did research on terms of which board members hadn't done assignments and on campuses for quite a while, and it was a tedious and long process. I want to thank you for the hard work, dedication, and effort that you put into it.
That's very kind, Mr. De Leon. Thank you very much.
And Madam President, if I could just, it's not, I think we all know this, but I think ECHS, and I love being the one appointed to that. Thank you. But I guess it's now changed, or will be, right? UTRGV Harlingen Collegiate High, right? So I guess, is that official, Dr. Nayola, or how do we?
Start with the new year.
It starts with the new year. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, good point. That's a good point. Okay, thank you very much.
Did we vote?
We haven't voted.
We haven't voted.
Thank you. We're ready to vote. Thank you very much. I'm not taking notes, and I should be taking notes on that. Yes, I'm too busy listening. Okay, is there any further discussion? Oh, that's right, Mr. De Leon had his discussion. Okay, thank you so much. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, now moving to agenda item number 14, adjournment to close to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, and 551, .082, the Open Meetings Act, for the following purposes: A, consultation with legal counsel and discussion regarding 1, SMAC Mechanical Limited, DBA Southern Mechanical Air Conditioning versus HCISD, CA 2015 hyphen DCL hyphen 04578 on the 103rd District Court, Cameron County, Texas. Number 2, cause number C-1547-21-E in the 275th Judicial District, Hidalgo County, Texas. Then B, item B, discuss the purchase of real estate. Item C, discuss employment of Director of Guidance and Counseling. And item D, discuss employment of the Director of Music Programs. And item E, discuss employment of teachers and other professional staff. Okay, we are now in executive session. Okay. We are now back in open session. We'll reconvene to open session for action on matters discussed in executive session. Action 15A.
Madam President?
Yes, sir.
Regarding 15A, 1 and 2, the legal items with the SMAC Mechanical Ltd. DBA Southern Mechanical Air Conditioning versus HCIC, and cause number C 154721E in the 275th Judicial District. With this, I move that we proceed as discussed in executive session with our legal team.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pettis, and a second by Javier.
No, it's Greg. Greg.
I'm sorry, Greg
Greg,
Powers.
second.
Thank you. And is there any further discussion?
Is it midnight or what?
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, and now we move to the next item, excuse me, which is the consideration, item number B, consideration and possible action regarding the purchase of real estate. What is the board's pleasure?
I make a motion that we proceed as discussed in executive session.
Thank you. Second. Greg Powers made the motion. Second.
Dr. Reiniger?
Second, yes.
Dr. Reiniger, thank you very much. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you very much. And item C, consider employment of the Director of Guidance and Counseling.
Madam President, I make a motion to approve the employment of the Director of Guidance and Counseling as discussed in executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Jaimes, for making the motion. Is there a second?
Second. Bobby.
Okay. Bobby Muniz, second was the first one I heard. Is there any discussion? All those in favor indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you very much. This meeting is.
No.
No, we got to go on the back. Where are we going?
Still a bad.
Oh, my gosh. We got to, pardon me. Got to go D.
It's 12:15, it's okay. We're all asleep.
Last one, right? Last page here. I've got 3 pages here. Okay. Item D, oh yes, employment of Director of Music Program. That's absolutely right.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion for the approval of the Director of Music Programs.
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Muniz, and Mr. Jaimes seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favor indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. And consider employment of teachers and other staff. Do I hear a motion?
Move approval of the employment of teachers and other professional staff as discussed in executive session.
Thank you for your motion, Dr. Pettis. Seconded by.
And your enthusiasm, Mr. Powers.
Greg Powers, who seems to have disappeared. Oh, there he is.
No, he's
standing
still
there.
here.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposition, motion carries. Meeting is adjourned.